Icsdp. We also express our biggest gratitude to all the keynote speakers, Professor James, Professor John, Professor Ali Maksum from UNESA lecturer, Associate Professor Khali Setiawan, MA PhD, Yogyakarta State University lecturer, Professor Dr. Toho Holik Mutohir, Dr. Agus Mahendra, MA, lecturer at the Indonesia University of Education, for your kind participation at the conference, the presenter and participant, both those who attend offline and online. Thank you for your participation, especially those who are coming to Bandung from Singapore, Australia, and India. We hope all of you will have a great experience at this conference. The total of participants of this conference is 124 participants from all around the world, from China, Australia, India, Philippines, Thailand, Indonesia, and etc. The first Icsdp in 2022 consists of two sessions on 21-22 presentation of keynote speaker and visualization. On November 23-24, a workshop related to article review will be held in Sabda Alam and Hotel Garut. We also want to convey to all participants at this conference that by participating in this conference, you have joined APAS, Asia Pacific Association of Sports Studies, and have the privilege to download an article from Taylor and Francis for free, including from the ASEAN Journal of Sport, History and Culture. Finally, let us welcome and make this activity successful together. Hopefully, it will become an added value for the development of science and knowledge. God willing, it will also become an arena for implementing doctoral and master's degree for the sport education study program in the postgraduate school, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Have an excellent conference. Thank you. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor. And now, please allow me to call upon Ms. Alejandra Black, the Portfolio Manager, Journals of Sport, Leisure and Tourism, Routledge, Taylor and Francis Group, to proceed to the stage to deliver the welcoming speech from Taylor and Francis.
I'm sorry to disappoint you that I'm obviously not Mrs. Alejandra Black, but I'm deputizing for her because of difficulties in terms of her being available to make these brief comments electronically. Therefore, and I'll also be speaking on behalf of the journal as well, because in addition to pretending to be Mrs. Black, I'm also pretending to be Professor Van Hong in a moment, so please bear with me. We are lucky to have Taylor and Francis as our publishing company for the journal and for support of the activities of APAS and of this conference. It's part of Taylor and Francis' strategy to develop not only their portfolio of social science and sport publications, which they publish a fair range of things from management, history, sociology of sport, economics of sport, and so on. They're particularly interested, Taylor and Francis, as a publisher, in developing further their Asian coverage. And that's one of the reasons why they were so enthusiastic about the development of the Asian Journal for Sport History and Culture, which is one of the organizing groups for this conference. And they recognize that the 21st century is titled by many commentators to be the century of Asia. The importance they have given to growing this part of their market is a reflection not simply of an economic opportunity, but also their reflection on the need to develop perspectives and opportunities for Asian colleagues, particularly young academics, to work and publish in this field. If I can move on and say one or two things on behalf of the journal and on behalf of Professor Van Hong, who unfortunately can't be with us as well. The journal is a recognition of our commitment to work in this area, and we're in the process now of organizing our fourth volume. We're trying to publish 3 issues per year, with 1 special issue incorporated within that, and that will be approximately 18 to 20 articles per year. We're very interested in the work of this conference, and we hope that many of you as speakers will consider developing your papers for publication, or at least submitting them for consideration for publication for the Asian Journal. And this will be the fruits of the labor of a group of people, particularly those organizing this conference, but also the previous 2 conferences, in a very difficult period. So I'd like to congratulate all of those who've been responsible for organizing today's or this week's events, but also to look back at people who worked on the previous 2 years when live meetings were not possible. It's, for me, it's a personal joy to be here and to be able to meet people face to face, rather than being one of those faces on the electronic device up here. So I wish everybody great success with their enjoyment of this conference. I wish the organisers every success, and I would like to thank them very much for their hospitality and their efficient organisation, which we've enjoyed to date. And I look forward to the rest of the conference on my part as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The welcoming speech from the Asian Journal of Sport History and Culture, AJSHNC, His Excellency Professor Ian Henry, the academic editor of AJSHNC, Emeritus Professor, School of Sport, Exercise and Health Sciences, Loughborough University, please. Oh, okay, all right, I'm so sorry, so thank you, sir. And now I'd like to invite Professor Toho Holik Mutohir, the Vice Chairman of Asia Pacific Association of Sport Studies, Professor in Universitas Negeri Surabaya, to proceed to the stage to deliver the welcoming speech from Asia Pacific Association of Sport Studies. Professor, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning, everybody. Honorable Rector of UP, represented by Director of Sekolah Bahasa Sarjana UP, Professor Syafuddin. It is our great honor of me to speak here on behalf of APAS, the Association of Asia Pacific Association of Social Studies. It is a really great moment for us to be here in UP for having really good conference that really we want to have this moment. It is the first international conference in regard to Conference of Sport History and Culture, and conjoined with the 5th International Conference of Sport Development and Peace, hosted by UP. And actually this conference has been working in collaboration with various institutions, including UNESA, Shanghai University of Sport, APAS, Taylor and Francis Group, Roosevelt International Journal of Sport History and Culture, Asian Journal of Sport History and Culture, and I think we are all here want to see and the development of sport, especially in the sport policy, and in the world, in Indonesia especially. I'm proud to mention that APAS is a non-profit organization that has 3 missions. First, dedicate to promoting and expanding sport studies in Asia-Pacific regions. Secondly, supporting and dedicate to communication and cooperation among the relevant institutions and organizing academic exchange activities. And we are proud that APAS is very happy to collaborate in academic activities with your respected institution. In this special occasion, I would like to express our great gratitude and thanks to Professor Solehuddin, Director of UP, Professor Shihabuddin, the Director of Postgraduate Studies, and especially Prof. Ma'mun as the head of Sports Study Program, who become the host of international conference. Allow me to express that Professor Nur Hasan, rector from Malaysia, expressed his apology for being unable to come and join the conference as he is on the way going overseas. I would like also to welcome all participants from all around the world: China, Australia, India, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, and Indonesia. And especially, I would like to express and welcome to our distinguished keynote speakers, especially Professor Ian Henry from the UK, Ladbroke University, Professor James M. Durzi from Nanyang Technology University, Singapore, Professor Simon Chadwick from Schema Business School, Paris, Professor Peter Herman from Central South University, China, Professor Zhu Lu from National University of Ireland, Monmouth, Professor Joe Krieger, Andrew University, and Seoul National University, and of course, Prof. Ali Mangsum from UNESA, and also Prof. Among itself from UP, and Professor Charlie Setiawan from UNJ, who have joined and participated to make the conference much more meaningful and successful. I would like to conclude my speech by encouraging all the delegates and participants, especially students, and everybody to join in this conference, to actively participate in the conference and workshop for the next 4 days. I wish everyone successful, safe, and fruitful conference, and let us stick together and work together with spirit, unity in diversity, excellence, friendship, and respect to make new history by struggling continuously to advance our knowledge in the area of sports studies in Asia, Pacific regions. Please enjoy conference and be happy and comfortable staying in beautiful city of Bandung. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I kindly invite Professor Dr. Shihabuddin, MPD, the Director of School of Postgraduates, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, to proceed to the stage to deliver his welcoming speech and officially open the 5th Icsdp 2022. His Excellency, Professor Dr. Shihabuddin, MPD, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man tabi'ahudah wa ma'du. Respected Conference Committee, Honorable Speaker, especially Ms. Alejandra Blake, Prof. Ian Henry, Prof. Toholik, our colleague from UNY, from UNES, and all participants. It is honor to welcome all of you today for the one-day 5th International Conference of Sport for Development and Peace, which for new normal and its efficiency, it's held virtually through video meeting application. I welcome all the eminent speakers and guests of different countries from different walks of life to exchange experience and work together on very interesting topic of sports policy and development in Asia. Respected conference committee speaker and participant, with an example of last night opening of World Cup 2022 in Qatar. Of course, all of us love soccer. The insatiable appetite for sport of the enormous Asian market is redirecting the global flow of sport with the wider Asia region, now providing massive new audience for televised sport as the economic of the region continue their growth. Sports policy and development in Asia might be considered as new emerged asset for globalization with unique values, context, and history of globalization. And of course, strengthen identity of Asia as Asia nation. The assets are Asian performer and the staging of performance in Asia, the Asian market, both live and the fast television audience and online user of sporting network and Asia money, quote unquote, both from sponsors and the purchase of sports club and it hosting high profile competition of our festival. So far, we understand Asia's impact on development of sport might be analyzed through three related lenses: of sportization, the global sport formation, and global media sport compile. I believe that scale and success in development of sport policy depend on engaging and mobilizing national government as these drive national in Asia development strategies and investment on sport. I hope this conference would explore the diverse approach of cross-section of countries to learn what is working, the challenge that remain to be addressed, and how national government in Asia, especially Indonesia, can broaden the current dialogue to both strengthen current initiative and encourage more countries to harness and integrate the tremendous power of sport policy into broader national and Asia development and policy strategies. Respected conference committee, speakers, and participants, we are all seeking inspiration and hunger with knowledge and experience of sharing from all sports science educators and general experts, as well as professionals, to discuss more about this theme. Finally, I would like to express my deep respect, my sincere thanks to all participants, especially to the keynote speaker, to all committee from Sport Education Department, especially Pak Amung, Prof. Amung, honorable speakers, once again, postgraduate students, and participants for your positive involvement in the conference. In order for this conference to run smoothly and provide benefit for all, I hereby invite you to open the fifth Icsdp by reciting Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor. So, ladies and gentlemen, before continuing to the next session, let's welcome Rampak Kendang performance by Katis Art. Rampak Kendang is one of the traditional arts originating from West Java. Rampak comes from the Sundanese language, which means simultaneously or together. So Rampak Kendang can be interpreted as a drum performance that is played together. The movements are collaborated with the Jaipungan dance, typical of Sundanese culture. So, ladies and gentlemen, Rampak Kendang performance by Katis Art.
Nyagakeun persembahan Rampak Kendang. Alah, si Amu udah kamar kah gitu. Alah, beda.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give applause once again to Kathy's Art, who have performed the Rampak Kendang very beautifully. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we will start the first session. And I'd like to invite His Excellency Dr. Agus Mahendra, MPD, as the moderator of the first session. And in this session, there will be two keynote speakers who have been here. The first one is Professor Ian Henry, who has been here online, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah? The academic editor or editorial board member of Asian Journal of Sport History and Culture, Emeritus Professor, School of Sport, Exercise and Health Sciences, and Professor James M. Darcy, the Young Senior Research Fellow at the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies, RSIS, at Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. So to the moderator and the keynote speakers, please.
Mohon izin kepada panitia yang bisa mengoperasikan PowerPoint. Apakah sudah diterima PowerPoint dari pembicara? Sudah? Oke. Yeah. Are you going to operate it from there? No, I'm you are going to operate by yourself. Oke. Bisa di sini nggak katanya? Ya, di sana ya. Let me start with introduction first. Okay. You're just doing musical chairs. Okay, you change the chair. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests, honorable speakers, and all participants of the conference. Welcome to first keynote speaker session for the Icsdp conference organized by Sport Education Study Program of the Graduate School of UPI in collaboration with APAS, AGSHC, Asian Journal of Sport History and Culture, and Taylor and Francis Publishing. I am Agus Mahendra, and I will be chairing this session, which will run from, actually this is a little bit earlier, because in the previous schedule it was scheduled on 10:15 to 11:15. There will be two talks on this session of the two speakers, and every speaker will have around 30 minutes for their presentation, and followed by 15 minutes for Q&A session. For the first speaker, Professor Ian Henry, he's going to raise the issue of the sport organization governance in general, entitled Non-Western Concept of Governance and Their Implication for the Governance of Sport Organization. The second speaker is Professor James M. Dorsey. He's going to share of his knowledge about the World Cup 2022, entitled the 2022 World Cup, will Qatar make it or break it? Before we get started, let me first briefly tell you the CV of the speaker. First, I'd like to introduce Prof. Ian Henry. Prof. Ian Henry is a professor of leisure management and policy, and was previously the director of the now defunct Center for Olympic Studies and Research in the School of Sport and Exercise Sciences. He graduated from the University of Stirling in 1975 with a degree in English and philosophy before completing a master's degree in recreation management in 1976 and a PhD in 1987, both at Loughborough University. From 1976 to 1980, he worked in facility management and sport administration in local government before taking up lectureship at Alclay College in 1980, Leeds Polytechnic in 1987, and Loughborough University in 1989. In 2001, he was visiting professor at, well, this is a French word, Université Aix-Marseille II. In 26 at Hitotsubashi University, Tokyo. In 2007 at the University of Technology, Sydney. At the School of Sport, Leisure and Tourism at the Australian Olympic Study Centre. At Taiwan National Sport University in 2009, and at Renmin University, Beijing in 2014. Just to make it fresh, I'm going to tell the CV of the next speaker later on after the speech of Professor Ian Henry. So now, actually we are going to have a great variety of talk ahead of us, so please be diligently perceive the speech and be conversant when it comes to the Q&A session. For that purpose, I'd like to remind all the audiences to either turn off your mobile phone or put them on silent. Let's invite the first speaker, Prof. Ian Henry, to deliver his speech. Prof. Ian Henry, the stage and time is yours, please.
Thank you very much, and apologies for the delay with the technical hitch. The aim of my paper is to reflect on the changing nature of the governance of sport and its implications for the dominance of Western models in the sports policy and management literature. More specifically, I want to address these two questions. Does the West continue to dominate the governance of global sport? And secondly, if it does, is this situation changing, and in what ways? The history of most of the world's major sports tells us that many were invented and developed initially in the West with major governing bodies of sport, for example, the IOC, FIFA, and a broad range of international federations, predominantly but not exclusively initiated and led by Western actors representing and located in Western countries. Yes? Now I'm at the end of a gun, but I'll survive. Okay. Yes, with the development of international competition in sport in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, there came pressures to universalise approaches to the organisation of sport, including the development of international agreements on rules of the game and the management and governance of national and international sporting organisations. As a consequence of this history, the development of sport governance has tended to be described as a top-down process, with the implicit notion that Western practices are taken as norms and fostered in or imposed upon non-Western actors and cultural institutions. So sport is an important milieu in which the West and non-West, if one can generalise about the West and the non-West, but in the West and the non-West interact, but one in which the hegemony of the West, until fairly recently, has tended to be reinforced rather than challenged. And if you take just a couple of examples, for example, the IOC presidency, we've had 9 IOC presidents, all but one from Western Europe, and the exception was the North American, or the American Avery Brundage. None of them, of course, have been women. And in the case of FIFA, there have been 9 presidents and 3 interim acting presidents. The presidents in all but one case were from Western Europe, the exception being João Havelange from Brazil, who admittedly was president for 24 years. The significance of governance as an issue in contemporary sport is reflected in the concerns of leading international sporting bodies, including the IOC, for example, but also non-sporting bodies like the Council of Europe, the European Union, and even the United Nations to some degree. But in order to progress the discussion, I want to clarify what's meant by the term governance. And there have been numerous attempts to characterize the range of meanings associated with the term. Van Kersberg and Van Woerden, for example, identify 9 such meanings, and Bevier, in his short text on governance, evaluates 50 related concepts. So, and there are several other attempts as well, but I've argued elsewhere, however, that the meanings ascribed to governance in the literature about sport can usefully be subsumed under 3 principal categories, namely literature on systemic governance, literature on political governance, and literature on good organisational or corporate governance. And although this typology dates back to 2004, since when the literature on governance has grown profusely, nevertheless, it's regularly cited as a typology, a useful typology in discussions about governance issues, so I don't really apologise for using it here. Systemic governance, to take the first group, is defined as the competition, cooperation and mutual adjustment between sporting organisations or within sporting organisations and indeed in sport policy systems as a whole. Traditionally, the sport governance system, as I say, has been regarded as a top-down hierarchical system, and if we consider the example of the governance of football in this traditional conceptualization, power has been identified with, at the top end of the system, FIFA running world affairs and the World Cup, the continental associations, UEFA and others, and the national football associations dealing with national systems. Players and clubs are at the bottom. And if we look at the distribution of posts in international sport, here we're looking at the 35 IOC Summer Olympic sports. We can see that in terms of presidents, secretary generals, members of the executive committees and so on, Europe in particular and the West in general are overrepresented. If we compare data for Asia and Europe in this figure, Asia has 58% of the world's population, but only 11% of the world's sport governing body presidents, 6% of the secretary generals and 18% of the executive committee members. And by contrast, Europe has only 10% of the world's population, but has 71% of the SGB presidents, 74% of the secretary generals, and 47% of SGB executives. So in this top-down model, Europe's grossly overrepresented in key decision-making roles, and Asia is severely underrepresented. However, the top-down account of vertical governance of sports systems has generally been rejected, as it fails to capture how decisions are made in the real world. And it's now recognised that decisions are taken and power exercised through a process of negotiation between actors and interests in a horizontal network of interest groups. I can cite 3 examples to illustrate this point. The first example is the clash between the European Court of Justice and the European Commission over the Bosman ruling, the other party being UEFA. Here, the European Court's ruling prevailed against the will of UEFA, and the result was a radical change in the terms of recognition of players' rights at the end of their periods of contract. It also led to the abandoning of quotas restricting the number of players of foreign nationality who could play in a professional team. So this clearly was not the result of top-down decision-making within the football hierarchy, but rather a matter of dismantling football's rules, which had acted as barriers to the movement of foreign national players. The second example involves supporters and club owners, and it relates to the attempt by some of the major European clubs to establish their own European Super League. Supporter opposition has been influential here in opposing the league, and in the UK has resulted in the conducting of a fan-led review of football governance, which was published last year with the full support of national government. The third example relates to broadcasting, and it's the example of the UK government's list of so-called reserved events, a system originally introduced by the European Union, but which stipulates those sporting events which must be made available on free-to-air channels. And this requirement clearly has an impact on media income from sport. The positive element is that it allows citizens access to sporting events which are part of their cultural heritage. So in these examples, the outcomes of struggles between various groups of actors depends not on their place within this vertical hierarchy, but rather it depends on the resources, financial, legal, political or cultural, available to each group, and how skillfully they use those resources to achieve their own ends. In these cases, not only has a horizontal network model increasingly come to represent a more accurate picture of the way that governance is implemented, but also within these governance networks, non-Western actors, and in particular Asian actors, have become increasingly important, increasingly prominent. The old top-down model was part of a wider picture with power and influence concentrated in a core group of Western states, with a semi-periphery of largely Eastern Bloc states enjoying some power and influence in world bodies, and a peripheral group which might enjoy some sporting success, for example, Kenya and Cuba, but which exercised little influence on global sporting decisions. However, since the 1990s, there's been a significant shift in power. The shift has been in favour of the nations of the periphery and the semi-periphery, contesting the dominance of Western actors. Perhaps the most spectacular examples are provided by the Gulf states, India and China, in their success in hosting and financing events such as the World Cup, which has just started in Qatar yesterday, as well as major international events in sports such as Formula One racing, international tennis, rugby, athletics, and the Indian Premier League in cricket, which has been a spectacular marketing success. If we only refer to China's activities alone in this sphere, China has hosted 2 Olympics in 14 years. That's unique. Its sponsorship has grown rapidly. By 2017, Chinese sports sponsorship was worth approximately $18 billion US. In terms of media rights and club ownership in football, between 2015 and 2017, Chinese financiers invested 2.5 billion US dollars in European football clubs. They purchased assets and have controlling interests in clubs in Italy, England, Spain, France, the Netherlands, and the Czech Republic, and smaller investments in the US and Australian soccer leagues. And perhaps even more surprising in a sense is that China's performance in sport manufacturing has also grown spectacularly. As Smith and Skinner argue, China has become the world's largest supplier of sporting goods equipment, the majority of which are manufactured by small-scale enterprises. So this phenomenon of increasing financial inputs and control of sporting investment by states from the former periphery has presented a major challenge to the political and financial sporting hegemony of the West, such that we, just as political commentators pointed to the demise of the bipolar East-West model of international political relations with the decline of the Soviet Union, so commentators on the systemic governance of sport can claim that the international balance of power in world sport has been, or begun at least, to become fundamentally restructured. So that's type 1 in terms of governance, systemic governance. Moving on to type 2, political governance. The concept of political governance is one which contrasts with the government or direct control of sport. Governments do wish to achieve certain outcomes through sport, and in fact can do so through strategies such as regulation and inducement, rather than through legislation. Pierre and Peters use the analogy of the state steering rather than rowing the boat. In other words, the state fostering desired outcomes rather than commanding them. And we've already made reference to intervention by the European Union in football's rules about players' rights in the case of the Bosman rulings. And we can add various other forms of intervention which might previously have seemed unlikely, such as the fostering of dual career provision for young athletes. However, perhaps the critical issue in relation to political governance is the thorny problem of the autonomy of sport. Jean-Luc Chapelet has defined the basic principles of organisational autonomy under 5 main headings. First of all, that sporting organisations should be able to interpret their own rules without undue political interference. Secondly, that they should be able to choose their own leaders democratically, again without interference from the state or from other bodies. Thirdly, that it should be able to, the sports bodies should be able to obtain funds from public or other sources without disproportionate obligations or conditions placed upon them. Fourthly, that they should be able to use those funds without severe external constraints. And finally, they should be able to, together with public authorities, contribute to the drafting of legitimate standards. And we can take legitimate standards to mean to incorporate as well legitimate standards of governance. Nevertheless, notwithstanding the widespread recognition of the need to maintain the autonomy of sport, problems do occur. For example, where there's a clash between the rules of sporting bodies and the law of the land. Again, the Bosman ruling was about individual freedom to sell one's skills in the marketplace. And by treating it as an economic issue rather than a sports issue, the EU was accused of government overreach. The Bosman case, as I say, alleged that the court overstepped the mark, that it intruded too far onto the sporting domain, and that not only did it dismantle the justifications presented in support of the football transfer system, it also suggested alternative means of achieving competitive balance, such as revenue sharing and so on. So there are issues with the West, and particularly with Western Europe, in terms of intervention, state intervention or supra-state intervention in football affairs. On the other hand, there are also a number of cases of authoritarian states, particularly former communist states, China, Vietnam, Russia, and the Gulf states, such as Kuwait, intervening directly in the election of sporting officials to places of influence. And all of these countries, Russia, China, India, and Kuwait, and Nepal, I should add, have been subject to criticism by the IOC in terms of the political involvement in selecting members of their national Olympic committees. What's happened in the past, however, is that the smaller countries, the Nepals and Kuwaits of this world, and even India, which isn't a small country, but in relative terms it's been part of the periphery rather than a powerful sporting nation, that these countries have been subject to criticism for unwarranted intervention in elections. I actually spoke with a member of the professional working for the IOC and asked, well, how is it that there's no action taken against China or Russia, who clearly are powerful nations, but who intervene directly in the election of their National Olympic Committee members, while the small countries like the Nepals of this world are subject to threat of action by the NOC. And this gentleman told me that the difference between the two cases is that nobody from China has complained about that the Chinese government is electing its own officials, and nobody from Russia is complaining either, whereas complaints have been received in relation to India, Kuwait, and Nepal. So we have threats to the autonomy of sport both from Western organisations like the European Union and from individual nation states, particularly those with authoritarian traditions. I want to go into the third type of governance, either good organisational governance or corporate governance. So while the concepts of systemic and political governance of sport can be said to be primarily heuristic or descriptive, explaining the patterns of influence developing in sport, good or corporate governance provides a clearly prescriptive or normative approach, advocating the principles or values to be adopted or reflected in governance practices. If we look at the list of good governance principles in the literature, and I'm just giving 3 examples here. The European Commission, that has got a list of 6 organisational governance principles. The European Parliament cites 7 principles with some slight differences. The Sports Governance Observer for Play the Game cites 4 key dimensions. And I could go on. There are several lists, virtually each of the major Olympic sports, for example, their organisations also stipulate a set of such principles. But despite the fact that de jure, in words, there is a set of principles available virtually at every corner, there are nevertheless many examples of organisations failing to act in a way consistent with any form of good governance principles. And there are numerous examples of such corruption, IOC and FIFA bidding scandals, the football betting scandal in Italy, the match fixing in the back whistle scandal in China, spot fixing and gambling scams in the Indian Premier League, and so on and so forth. So the level of confirmation or conforming to stipulated principles is poor. So if we know what the principles are, or we've got various long lists to choose from, and every sporting organisation, not every sporting organisation, but many sporting organisations and many governmental organisations have got lists which they either try to insist on or at least recommend. And we've still got organisations failing to respect these. Then what can be done? What can be done? How should we proceed? How can we bring about pressure to have organisational governance convergence around good practice? And if we look at the literature on organisational behaviour, in a seminal piece of work, DiMaggio and Powell identify 3 types of pressure that can be brought to bear to it's isomorphic pressure, pressure to make organisations behave in the same way. And they cite these 3 principles as being coercive pressures, and here would be in which legislation or regulatory frameworks are introduced. Mimetic pressures, where actors copy the form of examples, good examples, of other leading bodies in terms of the way that they cite and conform to principles of good governance, and normative pressures, where formal and informal codes of practice are advocated. The problem is we've tried all 3 of those, or we're trying all 3 of those, and they're simply not working. The level of corruption which still exists in serious sport is remarkable. Indeed, we used to think that doping was the major problem for contemporary sport. Now the IOC says that gambling, match gambling, is the major corrupting force in sport. So, in terms of the overall scoreboard, the state of play, as it were, in relation to governance. We can say that in relation to systemic governance, while the dominance by the West, and particularly Europe, of administrative structures is still very evident, economic power and influence of the non-West is an increasingly visible challenge to Western hegemony. In terms of political governance, there's evidence of government interference where the government may well be overstepping the mark in involving itself in sporting matters, and certainly in terms of the examples such as China, Vietnam and Russia, the state imposing the membership of the National Olympic Committees. That's something that's of severe concern. But there's concern in the West also about the need to preserve the autonomy of sport against the intervention of bodies like the European Union. And then finally, in good organisational or corporate governance, while there are pressures to identify what constitutes good practice and to conform to it, examples of failure to conform are depressingly evident in both the West and the non-West. So we have a long way to go, even if we've got some markers of good practice which point in a direction that we should try to adopt. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rob Henry, for extremely brilliant and inspiring speech. And I'm sure that the audience can wait until the end of the session to deliver the question. So I'd like to invite you later on for question and answer session. And for this time, I'd like to again masing-masing dari pengaturan tersebut memiliki ciri dan fiturnya masing-masing. Misalnya dalam systemic governance, di sini dikatakan bahwa pengaturan secara sistemik tentu mengikuti struktur resmi organisasi keolahragaan, yang tentu misalnya kalau dalam bidang sepak bola yang tertinggi adalah FIFA, kemudian di bawahnya ada regional organization, dan kemudian di bawahnya ada lagi banyak pengaturan-pengaturan. Sedangkan secara political governance, Prof. Henry mengemukakan bahwa terdapat perbedaan antara bagaimana pengaturan keolahragaan yang murni dilaksanakan berdasarkan struktur keolahragaan resmi, tetapi juga saat ini ada kecenderungan bahwa pemerintah sudah mulai turun tangan. Sehingga yang pertama seolah-olah dalam kaitannya dengan political governance itu bisa berubah menjadi political government of sport. Jadi government di sini artinya pemerintah. Yang pertama tentu mengarahkan atau adanya kecenderungan bahwa dengan political governance yang benar, fungsi dari organisasi adalah mengarahkan dan menjadi semacam steer. Sedangkan yang berikutnya adalah memerintahkan dan secara otoriter mengarahkan dengan sewenang-wenang. Dan kemudian tentu di dalamnya ada ancaman-ancaman terhadap otonomi olahraga, di antaranya terdapat misalnya perebutan legalitas kewenangan antara pemerintah dan organisasi keolahragaan, dan bahkan beberapa negara dituduh mengintervensi sampai kepada misalnya proses pemilihan perwakilannya di tingkat tertentu dan adanya campur tangan dalam hal doping dan sebagainya. Bahkan beliau mengumumkan walaupun misalnya yang terakhir yang dipilih good corporate and organizational government, tetap sebenarnya ada ancaman juga, diantaranya adanya korupsi dan beberapa skandal bidding yang melibatkan para tokoh olimpiade dan sebagainya. Upaya yang dapat dilakukan tentu harus ada semacam tekanan-tekanan dari pihak tertentu yang tentunya diarahkan untuk bisa memperbaiki pengaturan keolahragaan untuk kembali ke jalurnya yang sebenarnya. Barangkali itu yang bisa saya simpulkan, meskipun tentu banyak hal yang belum termasuk dari apa yang sudah dikemukakan oleh Prof. Henry, tapi terus terang bahwa dalam hal ini kita bisa sepakat bahwa ketika kita melihat pengaturan keolahragaan ini, barangkali pemikiran kita di Indonesia banyak yang belum sampai ke sana, sehingga saya yakin bahwa kita sudah belajar dengan sangat baik terhadap apa yang sudah dikemukakan oleh Prof. Henry. Baik, Bapak dan Ibu, itulah yang bisa saya sampaikan. Next we are going to move to the second speaker. But let me first again to tell you about the CV, brief CV of Professor James M. Dorsey. Jim M. Dorsey is an award-winning journalist and scholar, and he is a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute of the National University of Singapore and the author of the syndicated column and blog, The Turbulent World of Middle East Soccer. So he's a very keen journalist observing the soccer development. James focuses as a journalist and scholar on religious and ethnic conflict, political and social change in Middle East and North Africa, and its impact on South, Central, and Southeast Asia, and the nexus of sport, politics, and society in the Middle East and North Africa and Asia. Jim has been based as a foreign correspondent in multiple capitals of the Middle East, including Tehran, Riyadh, Dubai, Kuwait, Beirut, Jerusalem, Istanbul, and Athens, as well as London, Paris, Amsterdam, and Washington. Jim has reported over the last 4 decades from conflict zones in Central and South America, Southeastern Europe, Africa, the Middle East, and Asia. Professor James is going to tell us about the World Cup 2022, and the title is whether Qatar is going to make it or break it. I think this will be very interesting for us, and I'd like to invite James to start the speech. Stage is yours, please.
Thank you, professors, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here today, and I'm delighted to have been included, and thank you for joining us. Indeed, I'm going to focus on the Qatar World Cup, and by default, but also by implication, build on some of the theory that Ian very eloquently presented this morning. Qatar is a World Cup of firsts. It's not only the first World Cup to be hosted in the Middle East and the Muslim world in the tournament's 92-year history, it is also the most controversial to date. Moreover, in a sign of a global shift from west to east, it is the first to be played during the Northern Hemisphere's winter month and the world's most expensive. And it is the first global spectacle to welcome spectators since the pandemic prevented fans from attending the 2021 Tokyo Summer Olympics and the 2022 Winter Games in Beijing. The Qatari tournament also cemented a widely held belief that World Soccer body FIFA and other international sports associations maintain a fiction by insisting that sports and politics are separate. Politics have invaded the pitch in Qatar, with demands by activists, international organizations, and soccer associations for recognition of human, labor, gender diversity rights. Qatar embraced some of those demands and rejected others, such as calls for free trade unions and collective bargaining that would have entailed fundamental changes to Qatar's autocratic governance structure. Politics was also at the root of public support from within the football community for anti-government protesters in Iran and rejection of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. By being in the hot seat at a time of organizational turmoil in FIFA and political turmoil that marked the decade of the 2010s, Qatar contributed positively and negatively to the development of soccer. On the plus side, Qatar, at a steep price, unwittingly became a catalyst for the exposure of corruption in international sports governance and a strengthening of the call to make human rights a criterion in the awarding of global mega events. Qatari reforms improved the working conditions of migrant labor, even if the Gulf state failed to satisfy all demands put forward by Western human rights groups and trade unions. It also sparked a change of FIFA's process of selecting tournament hosts by giving each of the group's 211 member associations a vote, rather than just the members of the group's executive committee. Moreover, with human, worker, and sexual diversity rights activists pushing for far-reaching reforms, the Qatar World Cup has become a test case for the limits of social and economic liberalization in a region that is embracing non-political reforms in a bid to diversify its economies and reduce dependence on fossil fuel exports. On the downside, the Qatar World Cup set a new standard for turning soccer, the most important or the most popular element of popular culture, into an elite sport that for many was beyond their wallet's reach. As a result, the Qatari tournament accelerated the commodification of mega events and solidified the role of multinational consultancies and corporations and governments. The trend benefits cash-rich Gulf states, catering to their own requirements as well as the demands of portfolio investors in soccer clubs and leagues. At times, backed by Gulf states like Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, investors hope to maximize their returns by introducing new competitions and increasing frequency and participation in existing ones like the World Cup. In many ways, the controversy over the Qatar World Cup reflects the larger values-driven struggle to define the world order in the 21st century and a shift from a unipolar to a multipolar universe. That is a battle that is being fought as much in big power rivalry between the United States and China and war-ravaged Ukraine as it is on Qatari soccer pitches. So far, it's a struggle in which liberal ideas have scored points, Ukraine is successfully pushing back invading Russian forces, while Qatar has sought to engage its rights critics and has gone some way in meeting their demands. Both are initial rounds in what will likely be a long struggle in which the jury is still out. Even so, the Qatar World Cup, like its recent predecessors in South Korea, Japan, and South Africa, reflects the shifting balance of power. Qatar cements the shift in soccer, where the World Cup is no longer the exclusive preserve of its European inventors and their former Latin American colonies. For Qatar, the final run-up to kickoff and Qatar's management of the tournament is make it or break it time for the Gulf state. Both will determine Qatar's ultimate soft power benefit and potential economic boost from the World Cup. How Qatar manages the tournament and potential flair and hiccups will shape how the 2022 World Cup will be perceived and remembered. The jury is still out, in contrast to Qatar's success in meeting geopolitical challenges it faced in the 12 years since FIFA awarded the Gulf state its hosting rights in late 2010. Reproducing its geopolitical success, achieved as much on its own steam as with the unintended help of its erstwhile detractors, the UAE and Saudi Arabia, may prove easier said than done. Ultimately, the primary litmus test will be how Qatar handles issues such as activists seeking to capitalize on the opportunity to make a point, potential fan rowdiness, and culturally sensitive issues such as intoxication, or public intoxication, public expressions of affection, and sexual diversity. In an indication of what Qatari assertions mean, that it will tread lightly with violators of Qatari law, Qatari police last month stopped British activist Peter Tatchell from protesting the country's anti-LGBT laws, but did not detain him. The handling of Tatchell contrasted starkly with the treatment of LGBT Qataris, as described in a Human Rights Watch report denied by Qatari officials. The report asserted that at least 6 LGBT Qataris have been arrested and abused since 2019, and as recently as September, 2 months before the World Cup. In adopting a lenient approach, Qatari authorities are balancing sentiments of a significant conservative segment of the Gulf states' population with what it takes to successfully stage the World Cup and garner soft power. A potential domestic backlash was evident when a citizen group released an infographic on Twitter asking tourists to respect Qatari culture by avoiding behaviors like drinking alcohol, immodesty, and homosexuality. The sensitivities that Qatar's rulers need to manage goes beyond alcohol consumption and gender diversity. They also include the attendance at the World Cup of Israeli fans. Remarks by former Qatari race car driver Hamad al-Suwaidi that Israeli fans would be welcome as brothers in Qatar, that is also their country, sparked outrage on social media and questions about what kind of reception Israelis could expect. In the final analysis, how Qatar manages labor, social, ethical, and political issues that have cast a shadow over its World Cup will ultimately determine the soft power cost-benefit analysis of the tournament's impact on the Gulf state's reputational capital and the return on Qatar's investment of political capital. Criticism of Qatar was bolstered not only by the Gulf states' weak implementation of the reforms, but also a problematic judicial system, a top-down, centralized decision-making process, poor handling of World Cup and sports-related incidents, often being reactive rather than proactive, and a failure to be creative in addressing issues spotlighted by activists. Lagging enforcement of policies and legal changes was not restricted to labor issues. It is a problem across the broad spectrum of Qatari policies and reform efforts. Even so, Qatar's deficit in dealing with labor issues contrasts starkly with its response to the 3.5-year-long UAE-Saudi-led economic and diplomatic boycott that ended early last year. The response demonstrated that the Gulf state has the wherewithal, resilience, and creativity to embrace fair and accurate criticism and turn it to its advantage. In engaging with its critics, Qatar, an autocracy albeit enlightened, set a standard. It became the first Gulf state, if not the first Arab state, to do so. Engagement meant giving human rights groups and trade unions access to the country, allowing them to operate and hold news conferences in Qatar, and involving them in drafting reforms and World Cup-related model labor contracts. This was unprecedented in a region where local activists are behind bars, or worse, 3 feet under the ground, and foreign critics don't make it even onto an outbound flight. That is not to say that there were no hiccups, such as the repeated detention of journalists seeking unfettered access to migrant workers and their facilities. The arrests constituted failed attempts at controlling the narrative that backfired. By the same token, Qatar could have countered much of the labor criticism leveled at it had it ensured that all its reforms, not just some, had been applied not only to World Cup projects, but to all construction sites nationwide. In doing so, it would have demonstrated sincerity and, more fundamentally, countered the criticism proactively. One area where Qatar could make a significant difference in alleviating the impact of often harsh labor conditions and significantly enhancing its reputation would be to consider the potential health fallout that workers experience while in the Gulf state and after leaving it. Migrant workers often only experience the impact of their working conditions and changed dietary habits once they return from Qatar. As a result, according to Nepalese doctors and medical personnel, they frequently suffer from kidney failure, liver and respiratory disease, depression, diabetes, and cancer. Nevertheless, Qatar's Emir Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani lamented some 3 weeks ago, before kickoff, that since winning hosting rights, Qatar had been subjected to an unprecedented campaign, scrutiny, and scorn that no host country has faced. In an indication that human rights, labor, and LGBT groups may be losing leverage, the Emir went on to say that we initially dealt with the matter in good faith and even considered some criticism as positive and useful. But it soon became clear that the campaign tends to continue and expand to include fabrications and double standards that were so ferocious that it has unfortunately prompted many people to question real reasons and motives behind the campaign. Tamim had barely denounced some of the criticism when French satirical magazine Le Canard Enchaîné published a cartoon depicting 7 bearded men with Qatar written across their chests above big numbers. Feeding on allegations by its detractors that Qatar was in hoots with jihadists, the 7 men appeared to be chasing a football in the sand while carrying machetes, guns, and rocket launchers. One in the cartoon wears a belt laden with explosives. 5 were wearing blue robes, and 2 wore black shirts and pants with balaclavas covering their faces. The bias, prejudice, and racism that often laced the criticism of Qatar and involved the attempted imposition of cultural norms that are the preserve of some, but not of others, such as consumption of alcohol and gender diversity, did more damage than good. It helped stiffen Qatari backs, dismiss legitimate criticism, and distract from Qatar's own flaws. Nevertheless, Tamim was signaling that if mega sporting events often leave a legacy of white elephants and debt, the Qatar World Cup was likely to have a different legacy, even if critics feel that the degree of change was too little, too late. Even so, Qatar never erased suspicion of wrongdoing in its bid, despite its consistent denials, the lack of undisputable evidence, and a 2-year-long FIFA Ethics Committee investigation that found no significant reason for concern. Several suspicious dealings, internal FIFA politics involving Mohammed bin Hammam, a former head of the Asian Football Confederation and member of the World Soccer Body's Executive Committee, who was banned from football for life. The rivalry between Gulf states and sour grapes on the part of Qatar's competitors, who had allocated a pittance to their bids compared to what the Gulf state invested, fueled suspicion of Qatari bribery in its bid to win the World Cup hosting rights. Moreover, Qatar has been dogged by its links to Islamists as well as jihadists. Most recently, a US court case and a federal investigation put Qatar's alleged ties back into the spotlight. Qatar has consistently denied supporting political violence, but like other Gulf states, including the UAE and Saudi Arabia, aided militants in Syria fighting the regime of President Bashar al-Assad. More recently, the FBI reportedly is investigating a former undercover CIA agent for allegedly spying on Qatar's rivals in its bid for the 2022 hosting rights and attempting to influence US policy. The FBI suspected Kevin Chalker of violating US laws on foreign lobbying, surveillance, and the export of sensitive technologies and tradecraft. Chalker's lawyer has denied the allegations. In a similar discourse, the Bureau of Investigative Journalism and the Sunday Times reported that Qatar had contracted private investigators who, on behalf of various of the world's autocrats, used an India-based hacking gang to gain access to computers. The gang, known as Whiteint, operates from a fourth-floor apartment in a suburb of the Indian tech city of Gurugram. In Qatar's case, the hackers targeted critics who threatened to expose wrongdoing by the Gulf state. Those targeted included Michel Platini, the former head of European football, shortly before he was due to talk to French police about corruption allegations relating to the 2022 World Cup. Also among those singled out was Jonathan Calvert, the editor of the Sunday Times Insight Team, which had been at the forefront of exposing alleged corruption in the Qatari World Cup bid. Others targeted were journalists, writers, politicians, activists, former FIFA and UEFA investigators, and lawyers critical of Qatar, including Ranem Nusseibeh, an anti-Qatari, pro-UAE 45-year-old London-based businessman. Irrespective of whether one believes that reforms have gone far enough, the Qatari World Cup has accelerated, if not sparked, social change, particularly regarding the rights and labor conditions of migrant workers, a primary focus over the last decade. In addition, hosting the World Cup has also at times sparked brief debates on taboo subjects like citizenship and LGBT rights, and persuaded some Qataris to push the boundaries of free speech. Qatari filmmakers began tackling sensitive issues, such as the plight of the Bidoon, or the without, longtime residents of Bedouin descent who do not hold citizenship, and the obligation of potential foreign spouses to seek approval for marrying of a Qatari national from a committee of the Interior Ministry. In engaging with its critics and countering criticism, Qatar faced unique odds. These included a debate over genuine issues that was not only blurred by a layer of prejudice, bias, misconception, and sour grapes, but also by geopolitical infighting involving massive disinformation campaigns by its geopolitical detractors. Bias and prejudice were evident in arguments early on that Qatar, a tiny coastal nation and the smallest World Cup host since Switzerland in 1954, was too small and too hot to host a mega event and had no soccer legacy, even though it had won several international tournaments, including the Gulf Cup, the Asian Games, a West Asian Football Federation tournament, and most recently, the Asian Cup. In addition, the demography of Qatar's national team illustrates the World Cup's contribution to development of the sport in the Gulf state. Qataris accounted for only 5% of the players on their national team when Qatar won its World Cup hosting rights. At kickoff 12 years later, the vast majority of players were Qatari nationals or long-standing residents, many of whom were born in the Gulf state. Some two-thirds of the squad was trained at the Aspire Academy, a world-class state-of-the-art facility established by the government in 2004. The academy boasts a vast dome, a FIFA-approved soccer pitch, several other Olympic-quality sports facilities, classrooms, and fancy residences. Even so, reflecting discriminatory practices in the Gulf state, the Academy's potential was restricted by its refusal to grant access to Qatar's majority migrant labor population. Meanwhile, critics have not answered the question of who decides and what criteria would determine whether a country should be disbarred, including a definition of minimal size and legacy. Similarly, the discussion evaded that the argument of too hot camouflaged European soccer's reluctance to adjust its schedules to a tournament in the winter, rather than the traditional summer month, even though Europeans had 12 years to prepare. Some critics asserted that the Qatari investment in the World Cup was a waste of money because Qatar post-tournament would be unable to fill the custom-built stadiums. Although these critics ignored Qatar's right to do with its money what it wants, they did acknowledge the distinction between what was best for enhancing the Gulf state's reputation and soft power and what economically made the most sense. Qatar has also justifiably been taken to task for turning a sport that traces its roots to the working class and has since become a middle-class passion into a playground for the wealthy and super rich. High rates for accommodation during the World Cup suggest that Qatar decided that most World Cup fans would not be frequenting its hotels once the World Cup final was played. That translated into an emphasis on accommodation geared towards premium travelers, with those on more restricted budgets constituting an afterthought. Planners could not have anticipated the Ukraine war, but Qatar's misfortune was that the World Cup was about to take place at a moment that middle and working class households across the globe were struggling with significantly higher energy and food prices and spiraling inflation as a result of the conflict. Meanwhile, Qatar didn't do itself any favors when weeks before kickoff it emptied apartment blocks housing thousands of foreign workers in the center of Doha, where visiting soccer fans were slated to stay in flats advertised for between $240 and $426 a night. Given only 2 hours' notice, many workers were forced to seek what shelter they could, including bedding down on the pavement outside their former homes. Furthermore, Qatar weakened its position by deporting dozens of workers in the final run-up to kickoff for participating in a rare illegal protest for unpaid and delayed wages owed to them by a Qatari company that had won multi-million-dollar World Cup-related contracts. Qatari existential concerns are fueled by what are to many scary demographics. Qatari activist and author Ali Khalifa al-Kuwari noted that the number of Qatari nationals as a percentage of the total population had dropped from 40% in 1970 to 12% in 2010. The number of Qataris active in the workforce fell from 14% in 2001 to 6% in 2014. Contrast that with the debate in Europe, where migrants account for at most 10% of the population. The debate about Qatar is as much a discussion about human rights as it is about the oversized influence of wealthy, resource-rich Gulf states. In a seizing commentary that reflected much of the Western-centric bias and prejudice, Guardian sports writer Jonathan Liu asserted that, in a way, we're not really angry at some tiny, distant enclave in the Gulf, but at ourselves, at the way we allowed this malign, cannibalistic tyranny to embed itself in our institutions, our cities and towns, our politics, and our monarchy, our favorite sport. The Qatar World Cup's very existence is an indictment of every single person involved in its conception and every single person who could have stopped it from happening. Leo's comment, to some degree, explains the tone of much of the often justified criticism that keeps Qatar in the firing line of human rights groups and European national soccer teams and associations. The criticism is likely to be a fixture on the pitch of World Cup matches, enabled in part by the failure of critics such as Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and Fair Square, as well as FIFA, to publicly distance themselves from what constitutes bias, prejudice, bigotry, and supremacy. In doing so, FIFA and Qatar's critics jeopardized their credibility and missed an opportunity to contribute to a post-colonial world in which skin color, religion, or ethnicity are not determinants of one's ranking in the pecking order. Political scientist Larbi Sadiki said, "The FIFA World Cup should be a shared space for a new modernity that isn't white or colonial, a modernity that speaks to Arab, Asian, African, indigenous, and Latin values of tolerance, human rights, and good governance, and challenges the stereotypes that are often thrust upon the global South." In addition, justified criticism of Qatar by European and US football associations was undermined by a sense of double standards. Many of the concerns regarding Qatar were also true for Russia in 2008. To do so, and to erase those double standards, activists would have to reposition their campaign as targeting the region, if not a global effort that includes, for example, conditions for migrant labor in Southeast Asia, Britain, particularly in the health and care sectors, and the US military in various parts of the world. In an analysis of the approach of human rights groups and trade unions that she described as a white colonial gaze in representing labor and immigration in the Gulf as problems that require external intervention to be solved, scholar Zahra Babar cautioned that it is also imperative to not harden the division between citizens and immigrants that serves state interests by scapegoating Gulf citizens as the perpetrators of labor exploitation. In the same vein, migrant labor scholar Crystal Ennis warned that exceptionalizing Qatar allows observers to dismiss abuse as something inherent in Middle Eastern societies or cultures. Exceptionalism and sensationalism have perpetuated Orientalist stereotypes, distracting us from combating global inequalities. It affords more, yet they didn't create a similar storm. Sorry. Let me just skip here. All in all, Qatar's patchy implementation of its reforms is likely to ensure that human rights groups will continue to target the Gulf state in the post-World Cup era. The critics may have a platform, with Qatar winning hosting rights for the 2023 Asian Cup. Saudi Arabia may be next in line after it was shortlisted for the 2027 tournament. To counter the criticism, Qatar will have to maintain engagement with its critics. The challenge for human rights groups and trade unions will be to reframe their efforts so as not to single out Qatar. Sorry. In a mind-boggling development, Saudi Arabia won the right to host the 2029 Asian Winter Games in Neom, a futuristic $500 billion city being built on the Red Sea. The successful bid was part of the Desert Kingdom's endeavor to become the world's latest winter sport destination. With Greece and Egypt, Saudi Arabia is also bidding for the 2030 World Cup, while Egypt is considering competing for the 2036 Olympics. The bid by two of the world's worst human rights violators would likely make Qatar's experience appear like a cakewalk. On another front, the World Cup has also forced Qatar, albeit in a limited fashion. Sorry, somehow my pages are getting all mixed up here. Let me point out that there's a major difference in the whole discussion, and this has consequences for activists over workers' rights and LGBT rights. So basically, what I'm trying to say here is the issue of labor rights was something that a lot of Qataris would have been willing to embrace. It was a question of raising or addressing concerns that they had with regard to exit visas, but all of those were practical concerns. When it comes to LGBT rights, you're talking about something that is deeply ingrained. And even if LGBT rights were to be enacted in law, fact of the matter is that that the population would not recognize that. And so it's a very different approach. Having said that, Qatar, for all practical matters, and the proof will be in the pudding in the coming weeks, has adopted a live and let live approach during the World Cup, while its neighbors and other Muslim states have adopted a far more aggressive stance towards sexual and gender diversity. Saudi Arabia recently banned rainbow-colored products, while Lebanese authorities prohibited events during Pride Month. The UAE Education Ministry banned discussing gender identity, homosexuality, or any other behavior deemed unacceptable to UAE society in schools. Anticipating and being seen as taking the lead in reforms, rather than being perceived as having been dragged into them, is particularly important to Qatar, with polls showing that fans care about the issues involved. Fan attitudes, like broader perceptions of Qatar, are far more critical to the Gulf state than they would have been if Qatar were a run-of-the-mill example of nation branding. For Qatar, sports and nation branding was about much more. It was about defense strategy and geopolitics. Sports was part of a much broader soft power effort that aimed to ensure that the international community had a stake in coming to Qatar's rescue in an emergency, much as it did in 1991 when a US-led coalition, including Arab states, forced Iraqi troops to withdraw from Kuwait. With a citizenry of only 300,000, Qatar cannot defend itself against a conventional military attack, irrespective of how much sophisticated weaponry it acquires. Qatar's soft power strategy involves, besides sport, ensuring that it is relevant to the international community, a mediation-driven foreign policy, the creation of a world-class airline and air traffic hub, hosting of the most extensive U.S. military base in the Middle East, sponsorship of high-profile museums and arts events, and acquisition of eye-catching real estate and investment in multinational blue chips. The positioning of sports in general, and particularly soccer, as a pillar of a broader soft power-driven defense and security policy puts cost in a different category. With few reliable figures publicly available, Qatar is believed to have spent $6.5 billion on the construction of 7 new stadiums. Moreover, plans for infrastructure, such as the airport and metro system, that would have been built with or without the World Cup, which would have been built with or without the World Cup as part of a $300 billion long-term development plan, were written or adapted with the tournament in mind. At the same time, the position of sports as part of national defense casts doubt on assertions by activists and much of the Western media that Qatar's primary aim was reputation laundering, described by the Gulf states' critics as sports washing. The critics charge that hosting the World Cup allows Qatar to distract attention from the plight of migrant workers, gender and sexually diverse people, and other minorities. The criticism ignores the fact that Qatar only became a focal point for rights activists once it had secured the World Cup hosting rights. Positioning sports as a defense strategy puts it in a different perspective. Qatar's failure to win the hearts and minds of US and European fans takes on added significance, given that they are citizens of countries that would lead any intervention to defend Qatar in the case of an attack, similar to the US-led alliance that expelled Iraqi forces from Kuwait in 1990. That reality puts Qatar on the spot. To sustain the tournament's reputational value, it will have to push forward with social, economic, and political reforms, even if activist attention moves on. As a result, Qatar's ability and willingness to move ahead post-World Cup with reforms may be one litmus test of Qatar's multi-pronged soft power bid. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Dorsey. It was really high reflection, the way we see sport and all conflict inside the sport and the sport value. Bapak dan Ibu yang saya hormati, Profesor Dorsey tadi mengemukakan bahwa Qatar sudah menjadi sebuah fenomena yang menarik dari kacamata wartawan dan dari kacamata politik karena dia sudah banyak disusupi dan diresapi oleh berbagai nilai-nilai atau tekanan-tekanan yang dilemparkan atau diluncurkan oleh berbagai pihak. Qatar mendapat tekanan dari sisi relevansinya terkait dengan beberapa isu yang terkait dengan human right, dengan seksualitas, dengan kekerasan citra Islam di mata negara-negara non-Muslim dan menjadi sasaran empuk, termasuk dalam kaitannya dengan upaya untuk menekan negara-negara semenanjung dan teluk, ya, di pesisir Teluk Arab yang tentunya harus menjadi sebuah pemikiran kritis juga dari kita semua. Hanya, it was frankly admitted that I actually really hard to understand all of the issue that you raised, but well, I just remember about your contention that you are not going to present your speech through PowerPoint because you don't like PowerPoint. It actually, frankly, remind me to what Rocky Gerung said, that Rocky Gerung also do not like the PowerPoint because PowerPoint is reflecting that you are not having power and you are not having point. Ya, jadi itulah Bapak dan Ibu yang sudah disampaikan oleh beliau. Alright, how about a round of applause for our speakers? Thank you very much. And now we arrive to the question and answer session. Well, actually, Prof. Dorsey already spoken so long, but because the previous talk was so short, so you finished really on time, yeah? So I didn't interrupt you with, let's say, reminding you about the time. So now we are arriving in question and answer session. So I'd like to invite all of the audience to raise questions and please address the question is addressed to. And we have Prof. Ian Henry as the first speaker, and we have also Professor James M. Dorsey as the second presenter. Please, questions? All right, sir, please. Committee, could you please move that mic a little bit closer to this side, let's say? Bisa dipindahkan nggak ke... Or would you mind to go to that side, please? Yes, and please state your name, your institution, and your country, because I could see that you are not coming from Indonesia.
No.
I am sure about that, please.
Good morning. My name is Meng Hu. People call me Tiger. I'm studying Australia University of New South Wales, but I'm from China, saya dari China. So I'm very happy to hear both of the presentation from the two distinguished guests. I have one small question for Professor Ian Henry. So you mentioned an interesting term called systematic governance. You mainly focus on international sports organization. It's not about, I guess, except the international sports organization, there are major international security and economic organizations like World Bank, IMF, and WTO are majorly dominated by the West. So my question is, how could we change the systematic and balanced system, the governance? Thank you. So Asia could play a big role in it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, for the questions. Any other question from audience? Prof. Henry, do you get the question, please?
Yes, okay. If I misunderstood the question, you can correct me, okay? I think the point you were making is that well, that major international bodies, not just sporting bodies, have governance programs and governance policies which they follow. I wasn't sure whether you were then suggesting that as a consequence sporting international governing bodies should have the ability to meet their governance standards. I mean, I'm not sure to what extent the World Bank and the other examples that you raised, I'm sure that they have got governance procedures, but I'm not sure how positive those are. In fact, I'm sure this is something probably that James has written about, knowing what James's interests are. But it may be that we've got some good examples of international organizations that have identified the key principles by which they want to be evaluated in governance terms, and we can use that as a if you like, almost a template for other organisations to follow. I'm concerned about that in the sense that we already have, I think, good blueprints for governance procedures which have been declared for organisations, sporting organisations. The real point is that we don't have a means for enforcing those. And I was speaking with James last night. I think you mentioned something along the lines of holding organisations to book.
May I?
Yes, please.
Couple of things. First of all, I think that there's a fundamental difference between the governance and the governance structure, whatever category you want to put it in, of international sports associations and international organizations that are part of the United Nations family. So in theory, international sports associations are independent organizations, democratically elected leaderships, and non-governmental. United Nations organizations, by definition, are governmental. So, with other words, it's governments that are represented in those organizations, and those representatives act on instructions of the government. So I think that you're in a sense, comparing apples and pears. The second thing I would say, and that's what Ian was referring that we were chatting about last night, which is that having said that international sports associations are independent, it's also true that the assertion by these associations that politics and sports are separate is fiction. It's pie in the sky. In fact, you could go even further and say it's a lie. The fact of the matter is, and we all know this, that sports and politics are joined at the hip. They're like Siamese twins. There's no way that you can separate them. And so the question is, how do you deal with this relationship? I don't know that I have the answers. What I have suggested at times in things that I've written is that analog to the way you govern financial institutions or the central bank, or in Britain, water as an asset, is that you basically have a charter, a code of conduct, whatever it may be, that regulates that relationship, and you have oversight of that relationship to ensure whatever that charter or code of conduct says. In the absence of that, and as long as you deny the existence of the relationship between politics and society, politicians, governments, international sports executives can do anything they want and do anything they want. Thank you.
Yeah, please come back because we may have...
Yeah, I mean, this is the authority.
Yeah, yeah, that's a really good point. And I can recall we had a program of the European Union and China having working groups discussing everything from, so you had a working group on A for armies and Z for zoos and everything in between, and we had one on sport policy. And one of the things which we said was, okay, the Chinese group, you imagine that you're European and you're going to ask for, in the sports system, what you think you should have as European. And to the European group, right, you imagine that you're Chinese and you're going to ask for the things that you think you should have. So trying to bring people together to see the other view, the view of the other person, as it were. And of course, the European group said, well, we want greater representation in world sport. We want to be able to have our fair share of representatives, and so on. Well, how do you do that? How do you change the rules of the organization, for example, in terms of how it elects people? You put on pressure to, I mean, that's what happens with gender groups, disability groups, and so on. They put pressure on organizations to act in a way which is fairer, more just in relation to them. And I think the same has to be done at international level for sport, because I don't know if you recall the graph that I put up. It just shows it's a nonsense when you look at the size of the Asian population and then you look at the level of representation in sport. It completely supports the point that you're making. Whether or not, I mean, if you look at the United Nations and the way that it is currently constructed, whether or not that is a fair representation of all the interests involved is debatable. I mean, the Security Council's relatively small in terms of numbers, and obviously it has the major players involved. But it is exclusionary as well. By the very fact that it operates in a way, I mean, I'm got to be treading carefully here, because the amount I know about the Security Council, you could probably write on this. But my reading of it is that this is seen as the workable solution, one which is a kind of real politic that the major nations are paid. But by definition, you're excluding others, and those others might be represented by some members of the Security Council. But in other cases, I can imagine they're very frustrated. But looking for a just solution to representation in international sporting organizations, I think should be a major priority.
Can I answer? Yeah, please. Let me just, if I may, add 3 points. One, again, the distinction between UN organizations and international sports associations. In the UN organizations, it's going to happen by political pressure and political power. It's going to be a purely political decision. One of the interesting things, and I mean, again, this is Ian's terrain, but one of the interesting things that I thought was interesting in one of your graphs was that if you looked at the graph as such, it was Europeans and Asians as opposed to the others. You know, and that's significant for a reason. And that is that if you look at up until a couple of years ago, who were the 3 most influential people in international sports? The third one was not a Westerner. It was Sheikh Ahmed al-Sabah, who was a member at the time of the International Olympic Committee, the Executive Committee of FIFA, and he was head of the Olympic Council of Asia. And then, the problem, part of the problem there is, and this is speaking about international sports associations, was corruption. Corruption, on the one hand, you know, and in a sense, if you wish, the match of corruption within the international sports associations with the culture of doing business in various other countries. So, for example, in the Gulf, where issues of conflict of interest, for example, do not exist. And so as a result, what you saw was that major figures in regional sports were moving into governance of international sports, and in many ways they were moving from a very similar culture. There was one difference, and that difference was that for example, the Gulf states had not subscribed in the way they did business to international standards of accounting, international standards of transparency, whatever. The international sports associations have. The difference is that they only apply it when it's convenient. So Mohammed bin Hammam fell not because he was doing anything else, anything different as a matter of principle than what Sepp Blatter was doing. Yet, when it was convenient, those standards of propriety, if you wish. So, you know, I think that the whole issue and this is not an argument against a transition for a more equitable distribution of leadership, but I think it's a much more complex process in which there are a number of issues that have to be resolved to make it work, rather than just simply putting nominally a Chinese or Russian and Indian, whatever it may be.
Yeah. One final comment. UK Sport were concerned about having British interests represented in international sport, and what they did was that they looked at the senior figures or potential senior figures in various sports, and they brought these people in and said, right, we're going to teach you what you need to do to get elected. So, you know, I don't mean doing anything illegal. I mean who you should speak to in terms of who would be a good voice to promote your case. So who do you need to convince, and so on and so forth. And maybe China could work on its level of representation by, you know, just by tutoring people in terms of how to get elected. And maybe one now I'm just remembering from interviewing, we were looking at a report which we did for the IOC in terms of gender representation and how we could get more women represented to be members of the executive committee of NOCs. And one of the things we did was we spoke to, interviewed one of the Chinese IOC members. I can't remember whether she was an immediately former IOC member or she was but she was telling me she became an IOC member because I think she was accompanying the Chinese male candidate, if you like, to an annual meeting of, let's say it was the International Badminton Federation. I can't remember whether it was badminton or it certainly wasn't table tennis. I would have remembered that. But and this lady was his interpreter, and she went along with him, and she talked to various members in the committee and in the organisation because she was the interpreter and was quite a sociable character as well. And she said it then got to a very highly embarrassing situation where the members that she'd been talking to nominated her to be a representative on the International Committee for that sport. rather than the male Chinese candidate, the government chosen figure. So she said that the male candidate, who was her boss, basically, the solution he came up with was, well, I'm not going to get elected, but we can at least have one person elected, and that's you. So they checked whether this would be acceptable at home and so on with the ministry, I guess. And they came to the conclusion it's better to have the person who can be elected and represent the interests of China. And so they went ahead and did that. And she became a member of that international federation and then became an IOC member subsequently. So language is also a key. And I'm ashamed to say that because it's probably English. It's not the other Olympic languages, French or Spanish or whatever, because you get the French and Spanish members talking in English to the other members as well. So, yeah, it's being quick on your feet in responding to situations that you hadn't anticipated. It's quite a good thing, but also preparing people by having, study programs on how to get elected in international organizations would be a good thing as well.
Okay, thank you for the answer, my dear professor. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have around 6 minutes to go. So I'm still trying to offer a chance for you to extend question, please. Okay. From Lim, sorry. Yeah, please. Lim Peng Han.
I want to bring the idea of sustainability in sports. If you look at FIFA power will continue to grow and grow and grow. Let me explain how. You look at the history of the World Cup since FIFA have the idea of sponsoring the World Cup. The ratings continue to grow. The TV rights, FIFA own the rights, okay, and it continues to grow. And now they are talking about increasing the number of countries that's going to take part, because FIFA knows that the TV ratings are high, and FIFA will sell the TV rights. Not only that, subscription for live World Cup, if you look at the history, it continues to grow. So it transfers into the consumers. Okay, that's one thing. The other thing is this: you look at the history of sponsorship of World Cup, the hosts always do not gain much in return to investment. You look at the sponsorship of 2002 World Cup, where Japan and Korea hosted the World Cup. There are so many stadiums, and thereafter, many of the stadiums become unsustainable. Some of them are run by municipal counties and so on, and this is a problem. Okay, so FIFA doesn't care. I mean, as long as this is not only about sponsorship of FIFA World Cup, but F1 and so on. So we need to look at sustainability for the host. Does the host care, or the host should be? I mean, when Qatar wanted to sponsor the World Cup, I mean, have they make their calculation rate to investment and so on, qualitatively or quantitatively? So the very F1 and FIFA, they know their power. So whoever get involved in the sponsorship needs to bear the cost. And yeah, so my question is, does the issue of sustainability in sports been looked into?
Okay, it's not clear for me. The question's addressed to whom? So,
I think in areas of governance and also in areas of the FIFA World Cup.
Yeah. I'll give it.
we have only 2 minutes to go, actually. So,
Okay. One is I don't think that that FIFA don't care about sustainability, although they perhaps don't worry about it enough because it's not in their country. You know, perhaps the host nation should be caring a lot more about it. But I think FIFA care, but they don't care enough. They don't care enough to do something about it. If you look at the Olympic case, there's much more sensitivity now at the IOC level in terms of the publicity, bad publicity for poor decisions in terms of sustainability. And I think there's more rigor demanded of the cities that are, well, they're not bidding, they're being invited now to bid. So I think there is a distance between the FIFA position and the IOC position, because the IOC, I think, really is trying to do this. The trouble which both of them have is that host nations are so desperate to obtain the right to host that unfortunate predictions about poor use of the stadium or whatever tend to be crowded out or swept up under the table because of the enthusiasm to go forward. They don't want to admit to anything which is going to prejudice their bid. And I think that's maybe the penalties for not having a rigorous enough sustainability plan should be more serious. In other words, you can be. I'm thinking about the Olympics, but you can be knocked out, but it's no longer a competition because it's invited bids only. So, but maybe you could make sustainability one of the things which has got to be highlighted early on. Even that's difficult because as time goes on and plans become more concrete, literally put into concrete sometimes, it's only then that the stark realities of lack of post-games usage is there. So I think you're right, more care needs to be taken about that, and we've got to find a way of enforcing good practice. It's a bit like the DiMaggio and his co-writer saying these are the 3 ways in which you can get organizations to conform around good practice. Yeah, we know those, but we're not very, we haven't been very effective in terms of getting those principles to be adhered to.
all right, that's the answer from Professor Henry. Ladies and gentlemen, time is already up, and I think we must. Sorry, sir. The schedule is 5 minutes is too long. 4 minutes. All right, because it's Prof. Danu, my senior from our colleagues. I will let him to raise questions, and please state your name or introduce your name because it can be.
You have introduced myself
please. Yeah.
already.
Yeah, I just tell them about your name, but where are you from and are you coming from Indonesia or not? It's not.
Thank you, Mr. Agus. I came from Bandung, just Bandung. Yes, I'm a former lecturer here in Pasca Sarjana. and I'm retired since 2010. So to make it short, my first question is to Professor Ian Henry. It is a fact that most of our sport organizations are still strongly influenced by political issues. How do you perceive this unfortunate situation and your suggestion to minimize this phenomenon? That's for Professor Henry, and one is for Professor James. Is it all right, Bagus?
Yeah, James, Professor Dorsey.
Yes, Professor James, I have very short knowledge regarding LGBT issues, particularly if it has been one of the issues related to the Qatar Soccer World Cup. So would you please clarify more regarding its relation? Thank you, Bagus.
Okay, thank you for the questions. Please,
Okay. I'll try and be brief. In terms of political interference in the sport system, I think maybe we should distinguish between political intervention and political interference, because interference. Oh, sorry. Yes, I think we should distinguish between political intervention and political interference. I think political interference implies that it's an inappropriate intervention on the part of the government. And sometimes it's a classic inappropriate intervention would be where, and there are some high-profile examples of this, where a politician uses their position to obtain public money to be invested in something which is of political value to them. So for example, Viktor Orban, the Hungarian premier, instigated a program of sport funding, which he then used to help build a stadium in his own constituency next to his own summer home, Dasha. The stadium is something like, I think it's about a 15,000 person stadium, but the town in which it's based only has something like 2,000 inhabitants. So that's a really stupid decision, but it's one which he did in order to gain political support from his local region. And I would distinguish that from the intervention of a state saying, or a politician saying, you must make your stadium safer. We don't want accidents where crowds crush other spectators. And that's perfectly legitimate. That's political intervention, but it's not political interference. Political interference, I think, is the Viktor Orban type scenario where it's political clientelism. You're giving something in exchange for your vote, and that's a semi-corrupt process, I think. So I would to start to answer your question, I would say making a distinction, and it's not hard and fast, but making a distinction between those interventions which are based on political favoritism or issues like that, and distinguish that from those which are seen as significant political steering of the way that sports organizations behave, because otherwise they might misbehave. I hope that helps.
Very briefly, because LGBT rights have become a major public issue in the United States and in Europe, it's become a major issue with regard to the Qatar World Cup. Within the rights issues raised in relationship to the World Cup, it's been migrants and LGBT. The Qataris have responded to that essentially by initially saying that everybody's welcome, irrespective of creed, sexuality, race, whatever it may be. But the Qataris expect people to accommodate their cultural and social norms, which really what that meant was that the Qataris were saying, look, you know, if you're not going to be demonstrative about this, we're not going to act. The problem for the Qataris was that they were doing a balancing act. There's a significant conservative segment of the population, and the government has to take that into account. And on the other hand, there's the demands of the international human rights groups, the football federations, and what have you. And progressively, and there were initial incidents where the hotels weren't really prepared, and were saying, no, if it's a gay couple, we're not going to let them stay here. All of that sort of vanished. About a month ago, the Qataris came out somewhat more explicit, saying that they would not act against expressions of public affection. There was the incident that I mentioned in my remarks about the protester who was dealt with very, protest is illegal in Qatar. This guy was on a flight from London, on Qatar Airways from London to Sydney, used his number of hours in transit to go to the National Museum, stand in front of the National Museum and hold up a placard. And so the police only showed up 35 minutes after he started standing there with his protest placard. And they were very polite, and they folded his placard, handed it back to him, asked him some questions, shook his hand, and left. Let him leaving standing on the sidewalk. Without the World Cup, he would have probably been behind bars, at least briefly. So it's been a complicated process, and the process is being more complicated and more charged because both the American U.S. Soccer, the National Federation, as well as roughly 10 European federations, have made clear that they're going to make rights issues an issue on the pitch. So, they're going to wear a rainbow-colored One Love armband, for example. And the question now is, and that's where we get back to the politics, and this is what I'll end with here, back to the politics and a sports question. So, as you all know, under international sports regulations, you're not supposed to have a political expression on the pitch. So what's going to happen when 10 European the Danes, the Brits, the French, the Germans, whoever else, are going to express a political view on a rights issue whenever they are on the Qatari pitch playing a match?
Okay, I think we have completely run up the time, so I cannot again accept any questions. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to wrap up anything because the discussion has gone in a very meaningful manner, and I'd just like to invite, if you are still having any concern about any issues related to the two speakers' speech, I'd like to encourage you to speak directly to the presenter just in the break time. Please do if you are still having any concern about it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end session. So I'd like to close this session with extending our great gratitude to the two speakers. You really have given us brilliant ideas about anything related to new issues in the global level. And I also like to thanks to all of the audience of the participants, especially those who already contributed with delivering some questions. And personally, I'd like to, or please accept my deepest apology if the way I chair this session is out of your expectation. Thank you very much, and please another applause for our speaker.
And thank you for the moderation.
You are very welcome. Oke, marilah kita tutup bersama dengan mengucapkan hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Back to the master of ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Agus Mahendra MPD as the moderator, and also we would like to thank the keynote speakers. And to express our deepest gratitude, we would like to request Professor Dr. Amung Makmun, the head of Sport Education Study Program Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, to present a token of appreciation to Professor Ian Henry and Professor James M. Darcy.
Saya pas lihat beliau, dari Singapura, dari Malaysia.
All right, once again, thank you for the keynote speakers and also to Professor Amung. And ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the first session of the conference. We are pleased to invite the keynote speakers and guests to room 104 on the left side of this auditorium for lunch. And for the participants, please enjoy refreshments made available in front of this auditorium. The second session will be conducted with 3 keynote speakers. So please do return at 1 o'clock on time for the second session. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Kumaha kapan? Ujian? Oh, Pak. Ini Pak Yusuf ya? Wah, saya baru bertemu nih. Iya, ya. Luar biasa. Alhamdulillah. Ya.
from the movie Moana. If you guys want to see more videos, please subscribe and hit the like button. Here are my social media handles, so go check them out as I post almost every day. And I guess I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye!
Good afternoon. We inform the whole participants to enter the auditorium as the second session will be started soon. Once again, all guests and participants are kindly to enter the auditorium as the second session will commence in a moment. Once again, to all guests and participants are kindly to enter the auditorium as the second session will commence in a moment. Once again, all guests and participants are kindly to enter the auditorium as the second session will commence in a moment. Thank you. All right, good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We've come to the second session of the 5th Icsdp 2022. And in this session, we have several keynote speakers. They are Professor Simon Chadwick, PhD, Professor of Sport and Geopolitical Economy at Schema Business School in Paris. And then Professor Peter Herman, Professor Law School of the Central South University, China. Professor Zhou Liu, from National University of Ireland, Maynooth, and then Associate Professor Dr. George Krieger from Aarhus University and Seoul National University. So ladies and gentlemen, I kindly invite His Excellency Dr. Agus Mohendra, MPD, as the moderator of this session.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, honorable speakers, and participants of the Icsdp conference. Welcome to the second session. In this afternoon session, we are going to have 4 talks, 4 speakers, but the format of the conference or the session is online. Excuse me, I need to. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have soon Professor Simon Chadwick, PhD, Professor of Sport and the Geopolitical Economy at Schema Business School in Paris. But because of the time difference, it's really early in the morning. Prof. Simon only sent a video for us to watch together, and then with that reason, we are going to skip the QA session later on afterward. And, but I think I still need to read his CV in order for you to know him very well, or well enough. So let me read his CV briefly. Professor Simon Chadwick is a researcher, writer, academic, consultant, policy advisor, and speaker with more than 25 years experience in the global sport industry. His work focuses on the geopolitical economy of sport, and he is also professor of sport and geopolitical economy at Schema Business School in Paris, where he is also a member of its think tank, Publica, as well as program director of Schema's Global Executive MBA in Sport. Simon previously co-founded and directed a Million Business School Center for the Eurasian sport industry, the University of London Birkbeck, Sport Business Center, Coventry University Center for the International Business of Sport, and Stanford University Center for Sport Business. In addition, he has worked at several of the world's most prestigious business schools, such as IESE in Spain, Otto Beisheim in Germany, Tsinghua in China, Copied in Brazil, and Waseda in Japan. He has written numerous articles, books, and research reports for the like of Forbes, Sloan Management Review, the Wall Street Journal, The Economist, Forbes, Thunderbird, International Business Review, MasterCard, Newsweek, Reuters, Time, Routledge, and Financial Times Francisco. And Chadwick also has consulted for some of the biggest names in sport, such as FC Barcelona, UEFA, Adidas, the Association of Tennis Professionals, Nielsen, European Clubs Association, Ping, Formula A, Coca-Cola, and the Asian Football Confederation. That is the CV of Professor Simon Chadwick. Without further ado, I'd like to invite all of the participants to watch together the video of his presentation, which is going to be played soon by the committee. Please.
Hello everyone, my name is Simon Chadwick. Thank you for inviting me to speak today. I'm sorry that I can't be there with you, but other things are preoccupying me at the moment, including a big sports event that has just started. Nevertheless, I'm really grateful to the organisers for permitting me to speak today as a keynote speaker, and also to you, the audience members, for being there. I really hope that at some stage in the future I can visit Indonesia, and I look forward to that day and perhaps speaking to some of you about some of the things that I'm about to say. I'm going to try and stick to 30 minutes, but that might be difficult, so I apologize if it does go on a little long. But nevertheless, I hope that you find what I have to say interesting. Let me, if I may, at this point, share my screen. I hope you can see that. I guess you can. And say a little bit more about who I am, where I'm from, what I'm going to present. I have a particular interest in Asia, and this is a long-standing interest in Asia, especially West Asia and East Asia. I guess my deficiency, my failing is Central and South Asia is something that I've concentrated on less. But nevertheless, I've written about, researched in, also taught in, as I mentioned, West Asia and East Asia in particular. And this has been really important because it has shaped my view of sport, certainly in the 21st century. And what I'm going to do to begin with today is to give you an overview of the field within which I work. But I think what it also is significant is I'm beginning to see areas in which there is this intersection and crossover between Asia, Europe, sometimes Africa, and inevitably with the likes of North America. You'll notice the word culture there that I mentioned, and by culture, I specifically have an interest in music, in fashion, obviously in sport, in entertainment, in lifestyle. And so what I'm going to do is to talk about this notion of geopolitical economy, and as you can see, to examine the role that culture plays. I work at Icsdp Business School in Paris, in the west of Paris. My job title is Professor of Sport and Geopolitical Economy. I guess at this point it's important to stress that I'm not a historian or a political scientist. I am a business school academic. But increasingly over the last 10 years in particular, I've seen this growing presence of especially Asian organizations, Asian sponsors, Asian mega event hosts, and so forth. And really that has begun to significantly change the way in which I see sport in the 21st century. And hopefully you'll get a reflection and an understanding of this as we go through the presentation. My Twitter account is there. I don't tweet about my lunch. By all means, take a look. If you don't want to follow, it's okay. It's okay. But I think if you want to understand my thinking and what preoccupies me and maybe even read something interesting, then you could perhaps take a look at my Twitter account. Otherwise, my email address is there if you want to ask any questions. If you're heading to Paris at any stage, by all means, do let me know. Do get in touch. What I'm going to talk about today is based upon a paper that was published in the European Sport Management Quarterly earlier this year, the details of which you can see there on the screen. I believe that it's now back behind a paywall, so unless your institution has a subscription, you'll need to buy a copy, although I guess if you are interested, you could possibly email me and I might be able to send you a copy, but don't tell the publisher I said that to you. But essentially in this paper, what I do is to examine, I guess, the history of sport over the last 150, 200 years. In essence, where we came from and where we're at now. And you know, in terms of where we came from, I note that there is a strong European dimension to that, and where we are now is very different. So if I can start off by showing you a photograph, and this photograph is especially significant for me because this is my hometown. And more than that, and maybe you can see my cursor as I move it, but when I was a kid, this is where I lived. My football club was established in 1876 during the Industrial Revolution in England. And at that point, I think sport was very much sport in this sense, professional sport or the development of professional sport, although there were still strong amateur principles at this time, was very much based upon providing a leisure time pursuit that enabled workers to do something other than working in my hometown, in steelworks, in chemical plants, in shipbuilding yards. And at the same time, I contend in the paper that I just showed you that these times were, in essence, utilitarian in orientation. And so this essentially means sport was a public good. And that public good, when it was provided, was intended to provide the greatest good for the greatest number. Today, when you speak to people like me, but also people from my hometown, and there are many other, if we can put it this way, sport consumers, they will tell you about their hometown. They will tell you about being taken to their first game by a family member. They will talk about their fandom lasting from cradle to grave. And so as you can see, there is something about community and identity and geography and the specific environment within which I think certainly people back in 1876 used to live. Now, crucially about this utilitarian period is this is the period during which many global sports governing bodies were established. And that was either as the outcome of or as a prelude to the formal codification of sports and the establishment of formal rules, many of those formal rules which we still play games and stage sports according to today. But importantly, many of them were established by Europeans and even now are located in Europe. And we can think about FIFA, for example, we can think about the IOC. In fact, in Switzerland more generally, I think in Switzerland alone, there are somewhere between 45 and 50 global sports governing bodies have their headquarters in Switzerland. And as I say, this really dates back to the last quarter of the 19th century and the first quarter of the 20th century. But by the time we get to mid-20th century, the post-war period, and the ascendancy of the United States in particular, but I think also the ascendancy of different ways of economic thinking, we of course then arrive at arenas that instead of instead of the arenas being embedded within the community, perhaps they're out of town, they are connected to leisure and retail developments. Often they have naming rights deals. And so this kind of post mid-20th century model of sport, I term the American model, an alternative way to characterize it, as I did in the journal paper, is as a neoclassical economic period in sport. My first degree was in economics, and essentially neoclassical economics is characterized by free market economics, supply and demand, microeconomic decisions about individual actors and about private gain. And so whereas the utilitarian period, I think, was characterized by sport as a public good, what we began to see in the last half, and especially in the last quarter, and even more in the last decade of the 20th century, was this neoclassical US-oriented model of sport beginning to dominate. And out of that came, we can think about the English Premier League, we can think about UEFA Champions League, and a whole series of other sports and sporting events, essentially where commercial revenue generation was important. And so we see the commercialization of rights, broadcasting rights, digital rights, merchandising, sponsorships, naming rights deals. And so very much during this period, sport, in my view, became much more of a private good. And if you take my own personal example, I tried to attend a Paris Saint-Germain game a while ago. It was incredibly expensive to do so. So, in this neoclassical period, you can consume whatever it is that you want to consume, providing you have the willingness to pay and the means to pay. Now, it's interesting that I mentioned that Paris Saint-Germain example because, of course, Paris Saint-Germain is owned by Qatar Sports Investments, a state-owned investment vehicle from Qatar in West Asia. I've spent a lot of time in Qatar, working and looking and thinking and reading and writing and talking to people. And what we now seem to have is if the utilitarian period was sport 1.0 and the neoclassical period was sport 2.0, it appears to me now that we're in this period of sport 3.0, where there is a pivot from the global north to the global south, which means that we see investments coming out of, but also I think investments traveling into new territories, new geographic areas, Qatar being one, Saudi Arabia being another, maybe Indonesia, China being further examples. And very often what's a characteristic of these investments and of the policies that are being pursued by governments such as Qatar's, I characterize these as geopolitical economy. And essentially geopolitical economy is policy and strategy founded upon a country's geography, based upon its political ambitions, but also based upon the desire to secure economic outcomes too. And so in terms of the journal article I mentioned to you earlier, and what I'm going to discuss from here on in, it's important that there is a strong element of nation, of state, of government, of policy, of strategy. But I think it's important to stress at this moment that this is not synonymous with autocracy. It's not synonymous with the Gulf region. My argument is that even countries like Denmark and South Korea are characterized by geopolitical economy. And I use Denmark and South Korea for particular reasons. In particular, or specifically, both governments, both countries have formulated esports strategies. And those esports strategies are intended to deliver particular economic benefits, but they also have a political basis too. And I think to a certain extent, they are an outcome of those two countries' geographies as well. So why have we seen this move from 19th to 20th to 21st century, this move from sport as a private good to a public good to what I would now argue is a geopolitical good? And the first reason is globalization. And I characterize globalization as being what I would term a giga change. So some of you may be familiar with reference to the mega changes of the 20th century. But I think in the 21st century, certainly at this moment in time, we are in the midst of giga changes. And giga changes over the last 30 years have fundamentally impacted upon all aspects of our lives, globalization being one. And so in terms of globalization, very much emerged out of certainly free trade and the prominence of global capitalism post 1992, but also I think of the changing nature of government decision making in places like China. And you will know that from the early 90s onwards, China turned outwards and was instrumental in helping to facilitate the development of the global economy, and is an important constituent of this now globalized world in which we live. Clearly, that globalized world in which we live is sport is part of that. So the changes I mentioned, number one, prompted by globalization. Number two, prompted by digitalization. And this manifests itself in lots of different ways. And if I could use an example from Qatar, we have Be In Sport. And Be In Sport is, again, a state-owned broadcaster. At one stage, it was owned by Al Jazeera. In fact, it was established by Al Jazeera. It has since separated. It operates as a different entity now to Al Jazeera. But nevertheless, what this has enabled the Qatari government to do is to engage in commercial enterprise, engage in generating an economic return, but also at the same time projecting a particular view of itself across the world through Be In Sport. And there are several countries across the world, France being one, but there are several others where Be In Sport has now become, in terms of market leadership and in terms of first mover advantage, a very important digital broadcaster. So in addition to globalization, we've seen digitalization as one of these giga changes. And what we're also now seeing is, in broad terms, the issue of environment and environmental change. And in terms of this giga change and its impact, I'm sure for decades to come, it will continue to impact upon us, especially in sport, given that we're here to talk about sport. But at the same time, what you also have is, for instance, again, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, using their oil and gas wealth, which is a geographic feature of these countries, hence the geopolitical economy. There's an illustration there of how geography, in this particular case, physical geography, impacts upon the decision-making of these countries. But crucially, what we know is that we live in a world where there is resistance to the use of carbon fuels. And so one of the reasons I think we're beginning to see countries like Qatar spending heavily in sport is as a means through which to diversify their oil and gas dependent economies. So globalization, digitalization, environmentalism in broadest terms, these huge giga changes, which are causing a major shift in the world. And clearly they're taking sport from a world that historically has been utilitarian and or neoclassical in nature to one that now increasingly is more geopolitical in nature. So in that sense, what I do is to offer you this definition. This is a definition that I provide in the ESMQ paper to which I referred earlier. And you will notice that rather than making decisions around policy strategy, or rather than conceiving of sport purely in terms of utilitarian dimensions, or for that matter, neoclassical dimensions, there are these geopolitical and economic dimensions to sport now. I think that culture plays a really important role in this. And it plays an important role in terms of, and I'm going to give you 3 examples in just a moment to illustrate my thinking. I think culture plays an important role in geopolitical economy because it helps to establish a proposition. In other words, for countries and states to engage in positioning themselves globally as an important hub of, for instance, if we look at what Saudi Arabia is doing right now, Saudi Arabia is trying to position itself as an Afro-Eurasian hub. Some of you will know that there are reports that Saudi Arabia will bid to host the 2030 World Cup. It's planning to do that in conjunction with Egypt and Greece as a joint bid. And so there you have the embodiment and the manifestation of this strategic positioning, this proposition that Saudi Arabia wishes to become in terms of an Afro-Eurasian hub. Now, some people might refer to this proposition as nation branding. And again, if we think about South Korea as an esports hub, we think about Saudi Arabia as an event destination, for that matter, Qatar as an event destination. We think about, for instance, Great Britain as the home of football. And that's really important because, as I said to you earlier, the geopolitical economy is not just synonymous with autocracies or with countries in the global south. It's equally as applicable to the likes of Britain and the Premier League and other countries throughout the global north. Now, as a marketer with an interest in branding, what I know is that brands typically embody a set of values, and those values are a point of engagement, and they are intended to promote favorable attitudes and behaviors amongst consumers of those brands, so that when we're making consumption choices, we draw upon our attitudes, we draw upon the values and the proposition that is presented to us as the basis for engaging in consumption behavior. Now, we could, certainly political scientists might alternatively perceive this as being soft power. And without wanting to go into a huge amount of detail about soft power, soft power essentially is attractive power. It's about attracting people to you, so that they like you, they understand you, they identify with the things that you're trying to achieve, they share the kinds of values that you have. And on that basis, obviously, countries then are more likely to trade with one another. They're more likely to reach political agreement on important matters. In sport, they're more likely to reach a consensus that is reflective of the needs of a country like Qatar. And we know that the president of Paris Saint-Germain, Nasser Al-Khelaifi, who also owns Qatar Sports Investments, essentially what he's been able to do is to use his ownership of Paris Saint-Germain to attain a really influential position within UEFA. And so he's now an influence from within inside UEFA, but he's not actually European. He's from Qatar. So there are reasons for that, and I could probably spend a day or 2 days or 3 days or 6 weeks or a month or a year talking about Qatar and Paris Saint-Germain. But I think what's really significant is that in terms of the geopolitical economy, in terms of nation branding, in terms of soft power, in terms of enabling economic, political, and socio-cultural outcomes, culture in particular plays a very important role. Now, for the purposes of time, I don't want to get into a long discussion about what culture is, but I give some guidance or some indication of my thinking about what culture can be conceived as being and what its significance is. And I talk about symbols and meanings, and I also talk about this interaction too. And what's really important about a stream of work that I'm involved in at the moment is yes, it's about culture, but it's also about sport and music and lifestyle and fashion and entertainment. And there are ample examples of this taking place at the moment. And for me, they are really apt illustrations of this notion that we no longer live in a solely utilitarian or neoclassical world. So in terms of the first example that I wanted to use to illustrate to you my thinking, the first one is relates to this photograph. For all the rap fans in the room, this is a rapper on the left-hand side called Dave, another rapper on the right-hand side called AJ Tracy. They have a track together called Thiago Silva. Some of you will know that Thiago Silva is a Brazilian football international. But what's really interesting, and I encourage you to Google this, is watch the video. Watch the video for AJ Tracy and Dave and their track Thiago Silva, because in essence, this is a celebration of all things Paris Saint-Germain and therefore all things Qatar. And if one imagines Qatar, Qatar for many people is a deeply conservative Muslim country. Certainly prior to its successful World Cup bid, a country that was without particular image, particular reputation, certainly no brand, and absolutely a widespread absence of understanding about the values that Qatar holds dear. But I think through, for example, Qatar and Paris Saint-Germain's engagement with popular culture, essentially what they have been able to do is that Qatar has created a proposition, a soft power proposition, that casts a very different view, not only of Qatar itself, but I think of the Qatari owners of Paris Saint-Germain, and indeed of Paris Saint-Germain. And so this is very much based upon rap music, it's based upon fashion, it's based upon urban culture, it's based upon this kind of fusion into a Generation Z urban lifestyle, very diverse, very cosmopolitan, multi-ethnic. And this doesn't just have a soft power value, because my view as somebody with an economics background is that there are economic outcomes of soft power. And one of the economic outcomes of soft power, we can see, for instance, in terms of Paris Saint-Germain's revenue stream, going back to 2011, when Paris Saint-Germain was bought by Qatar Sports Investments, the club was turning over about, less than 100 million euros in revenues a year. Now it is turning over nearly 700 million euros in revenue a year. I would estimate that by 2030, it will be turning over €1 billion a year. So there is an economic outcome, there is an economic consequence of soft power. And this soft power, certainly the way in which soft power capital has been built, is through this urban culture. For those of you who need some kind of further reinforcement of this, by all means do watch the video. But in addition, I think it's important to stress or to highlight the collaboration that Paris Saint-Germain has with Air Jordan. And again, for the purposes of time, I'm not going to talk in detail now about Air Jordan, Paris Saint-Germain. But I put it to you that this is all part of the proposition, the soft power nation branding proposition, and you may want to take a look at it. But otherwise, do watch the video. Alternatively, this is something that I've written with a colleague of mine, Paul Widdup. It's freely available online. I've not put a URL because obviously URLs are very often difficult to copy down. But if you use your browser, your search engine to find this, then obviously it's free to read. Now, I think what's really interesting in the same way, a second example, is what is happening at City Football Group and Manchester City in particular. City Football Group, or should I say Manchester City originally, was bought in 2008 by an Abu Dhabi state investment vehicle. Subsequent to that, Manchester City has become part of a much broader global franchise network. You'll notice that I use the word global there, going back to the point I made earlier about giga changes and globalization. So City Football Group is a very interesting organization based in Europe with strong commercial principles, so utilitarian, neoclassical in that sense, but with an Abu Dhabi state owner with franchises across the world, being managed in a way that is of benefit to the United Arab Emirates, the owner of the club. Now, I find this particularly interesting, this photograph particularly interesting. Some of you will know the player on the right-hand side, but it's the guy on the left-hand side that I think, or who I think is particularly significant, because Pep Guardiola is the coach of Manchester City, formerly the coach of FC Barcelona, but you'll notice on the back of his sweatshirt, this MDCR, this is actually short for Manchester. And Manchester is the name that was given to Manchester in the late 1980s and early 1990s. And the reason that it was called Manchester Manchester is because there was a really strong dance music scene in the city. And many would argue that certainly in British terms, it became the British capital of dance music at that time. And so because of the nature, the hedonistic nature of the dance scene, Manchester became known as Madchester. Now, one of the interesting things about Manchester City and City Football Group is that with franchises in China, in India, in Belgium, in France, in Uruguay, in Brazil, it has long since ceased to be this kind of utilitarian organisation based in East Manchester, serving the working class community, where local identity was significant. You know, City Football Group is something more than that. You know, reinforcing again or repeating again that there is an Abu Dhabi owner of Manchester City and City Football Group. But nevertheless, there is still a significant fan base for the club in Manchester and indeed elsewhere, not just in Britain, but presumably across the world. In other words, generations of Manchester City fans. So what I find really interesting is the way in which the Abu Dhabi owners have deployed this moniker of MDCR Manchester as a means through which to engage older audiences, so Generation X, baby boomers, and what's particularly significant about it is the way in which nostalgia, and this is the crucial part of what I'm trying to say here, is the way in which nostalgia has played a role in enabling this state-owned institution to somehow remain relevant and engaged with a more traditional audience of Manchester City supporters. And in terms of memory and remembering and consuming the past, obviously there is something around storytelling and around myths. And so it's important, I think, if you find this presentation interesting and you want to think some more about it, and you know, maybe it even serves as a prompt to some of you doing some further research. You know, as I say, there's something about the way in which nostalgia is being used for geopolitical purposes here, but also the way in which people talk about the past, reminiscing and discussing the past, storytelling, the roles that they too, enabled by football, serve a geopolitical purpose. If you want to read some more, again, another article that Paul and I put together about consumable pasts and the soft power of nostalgia. And I think that you know, this is certainly one of the most enjoyable things that I've written, alongside the previous piece that I mentioned to you. But if you do want to read some more and understand in a little more detail what it is that I think is important, you'll see this here. The third example, I'm going to be speaking to you on Monday. So this recording will be broadcast Monday. Yesterday, Sunday, the World Cup in Qatar started, and during the opening ceremony, BTS, I've got to confess, I'm not a big K-pop fan. I've tried to behave like a teenager and I can't. I just don't have the hairstyle for it. But some of you will know that yesterday in Doha, BTS performed in the opening ceremony of the Qatar World Cup. And as a brand proposition, as a nation branding proposition, as an instrument of soft power, K-pop is really significant to South Korea. Some of you may be familiar with the book by Fatima Bhutto called New Kings of the World. If you don't know the book, New Kings of the World by Fatima Bhutto, please do read it. But she identifies K-pop as being one of these new kings of the world. Just as an aside, in addition, she says it's not just K-pop, it's Turkish Dizzy, soap opera, and also Bollywood movies as well. But certainly there is this view that K-pop serves as a very important instrument through which South Korea can project its soft power. We can think about Squid Games alongside this too, and Parasite, the Oscar-winning film, if you want to take it further. But the way in which, the reason I've suddenly developed an interest in K-pop and BTS is because they have a brand collaboration. In other words, they are ambassadors and social media ambassadors for Kia Hyundai, also a South Korean brand. And as some of you will know, the World Cup is being sponsored by Kia Hyundai. And so the opening ceremony yesterday, Sunday, in Doha was not just about a boy band entertaining the crowds. It was also a manifestation of the way in which countries deliberately manage portfolios of assets to brand their nations and to project soft power, to project a set of values, to project a message that creates a point of engagement with the rest of the world. The South Korean government does this very, very deliberately. And again, we don't have time today to talk in detail about this, but again, you Google it, or go into Google Scholar, or go into a database and search for K-pop, soft power, Korea, sport, esports in South Korea, and there's a considerable amount of research out there. So this is, I guess the important thing to emphasize is, yes, this is about socio-cultural influence. Yes, it is about building political capital, but there's also an economic consequence here. And certainly from my perspective, as a business school guy, it's about selling cars. It's about selling Kia Hyundais through the World Cup. And again, for those of you who want to read a little more about this, then I can direct you to this, a piece that I wrote a little earlier on in the year, where essentially I talk about the geopolitical economy of sports sponsorships, and specifically the role that K-pop and BTS, Kia Hyundai play in terms of the staging of the World Cup, but also in terms of generating economic, political, and socio-cultural returns for South Korea. Now, I suspect that I've gone on for quite long enough, so let me take a drink. And let me conclude. I do not deny that that a utilitarian view of sport continues to have some relevance. This notion of sport as a public good, the greatest good for the greatest number. And we can think about, for instance, the provision of sport in our towns and cities where local government, for example, puts public gyms in the street. For me, that is a utilitarian policy. So free gyms, anybody can go anytime, do whatever exercises they want to without constraint. So that's very much utilitarian in its foundations. There is no doubt, in my mind, that a neoclassical economic view of the world is still important, and we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that the United States in particular is still globally dominant in industrial terms, and there are some people who estimate that the United States sport economy is still probably about 35 to 40% of global market total. This is an industry or an industrial sector based on free market principles, the commercialization of rights, as we've said. And we can see, for instance, in European football over the last 2 years that US private equity investment into European football has actually surged. And so I guess in simple terms, and maybe in historical terms, my observation is the United States is not dead yet. But of course, as I've already illustrated to you, my view is that there is a new era of sport. We can call it elite professional sport 3.0, which is this geopolitical view, which is a game played by not just South Korea and China and Qatar and Saudi Arabia, but also we see it in South Korea, we see it in Russia, we see it in Britain, we see it in Brazil, we see it in the United States. I've tried to highlight some of the characteristics for you. Certainly, we're glued together by these giga changes that I mentioned, but I think those giga changes have accentuated interdependence. They've accentuated convergence with fashion and lifestyle and music and sport coming together. But I think this dictates, and hopefully this is what I've strongly alluded to, or if not made clear throughout this presentation, this necessitates a different view of sport today. And I guess it's apt to finish as a conclusion on Lionel Messi, because Qatar has this view of itself as deserving the best. So in terms of Qatar's brand proposition, deserving the best or being the best is very, very important. And so in terms of signing a player for a club that you own, even if that club is based in Europe, you should sign the best. And if you're football fans, you will know that forward line at Paris Saint-Germain is arguably the best, if not amongst the best, with Lionel Messi, Kylian Mbappe, Neymar. And so you can begin to see how countries and investments, political interests, economic interests, socio-cultural factors begin to converge with one another, even in terms of an individual like Lionel Messi. If you don't believe me, by all means, take a look at this piece, which I've written about Messi. And I think what it accentuates is you're not just signing a great player. What you're essentially doing, or certainly what Paris Saint-Germain did, was to sign a geopolitical and economic entity rather than just a guy who can kick a ball very well. At that point, I'm going to say thank you. It's been really good talking to you about this. It's something that I feel really interested and passionate and excited about. We live in an amazing world. Yes, we've got problems, but there are also incredible things happening at the same time, which are immensely interesting. And I guess the final thing to say is if you want to know more about them or you want to talk more about them, go back to that slide. You're welcome to email me. Alternatively, you can follow on Twitter. Thank you very much for listening. Have a great conference. I hope to see you or to speak to you at some stage in the future. Thank you. Bye.
Big applause, please. I'd just like to extend my great gratitude to Professor Chadwick for the nice presentation, even though only through video. But I could see that some of you are patiently sleeping. So it was normally expected, I think, for this kind of session. But I would say that the presentation from Prof. Chadwick is very interesting. He's trying to portray the influence of sport in the perspective of the geopolitical economy and other aspects. I'm not certainly sure about my interpretation about his presentation about how Asia already made use this geopolitical aspect in the sport. But what is not in doubt, however, is that in an age of intensified great power competition, sport are likely to emerge once again as the theater where this rivalry will be played out there evermore. And I think while listening to his presentation, I tried to make a kind of summary that the geopolitical economy of sport, which is the intersection of power, politics, money, and state interests that both exploit and share elite sport around the world. In his presentation, Professor Chadwick certainly mentioned about that the fact the Russia invasion to Ukraine, the global response to the consequence ramification for sport have put the geopolitical economy of sport front and center in both public debate and academic thinking. And similarly, the Winter Olympic in Beijing and also the FIFA World Cup in Qatar illustrate the political, economic, and geographical imperative that shape modern sport. So with that kind of thinking, I am sure that his presentation has given us a new horizon about how we could view the sport in this modern era. So para peserta, mohon izin bahwa saya menyimpulkan sedikit bahwa dalam hal pengertian geopolitik adalah cara di mana bangsa, sebuah bangsa, negara, dan entitas lain terlibat dalam atau melalui olahraga untuk alasan geografis, politik, dan ekonomi, untuk membangun dan mengerahkan kekuasaan, mengamankan keuntungan strategis, melalui kontrol sumber daya di dalam dan melalui jaringan di mana olahraga merupakan bagian di dalamnya. Dan jika kita menganalogikan bahwa olahraga adalah juga sebuah culture atau sebuah budaya, di mana culture per definisi adalah pola aktivitas manusia dan struktur simbolis yang memberikan signifikansi dan kepentingan pada kegiatan tersebut, maka kita bisa meyakini bahwa peranan dan pengaruh olahraga dalam hal geopolitik ekonomi kita cukup banyak. Ya, di antaranya adalah tadi disebutkan oleh Profesor Chadwick, pertama menetapkan proposisi, kemudian nation branding, jadi to put our country on the map, on the world map, itu adalah juga salah satu bagian dari peranan olahraga. Kemudian mempromosikan sikap dan perilaku yang menguntungkan, kemudian tadi ada disebut soft power, di mana soft power itu adalah pendekatan yang lebih bercirikan inspirasi, ya, sehingga berusaha menarik simpati pihak lain melalui kecerdasan emosional, karisma, komunikasi yang persuasif tentunya, dan bahkan kalau memungkinkan adalah daya tarik ideologi yang visioner serta secara tajam memperhitungkan pengaruh-pengaruh budaya. Alright, I think because Professor Chadwick didn't attend the conference session in person, so I would say that it will be not necessary that I could invite the question from audience, because I don't know who is going to answer that. I am not the person who deserves to answer that question, so let me just finish that. The session of Professor Chadwick already done, and then I believe everyone attending here already got the benefit from his contribution, and let's just extend our great thank you to Professor Chadwick. And please, I invite big applause for him. Thank you very much. Let me first check again if the time or the schedule is come to the schedule of the second presenter for this afternoon. It is now almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And yeah, I think it's time for us to invite Prof. Peter Herman, Professor Law School of the Central South University, China, and together with Prof. Zhou Xiang Lu from National University of Ireland, Maynooth. So they're going to present together, one after the other. And let me check whether Professor Peter Herman is already in our Zoom. Professor Herman, are you there? Oh, yeah. I see you. Thank you very much. And I don't know, is it morning or afternoon in your place? So, you are still in mute, sir. Can you just... Good afternoon, or... We said we cannot hear you.
Recording in progress.
Okay.
Ah, okay. So, Prof. Herman, welcome to our conference, and I'm going to invite you to present your paper. But before we start, I'd like to read your CV briefly. Ladies and gentlemen, Peter Herman, professor, currently works at the Human Rights Center at the Law School, Central South University, Changsha City, PRC, means China. And Professor Herman also does research in economics, sociology, welfare economic, social policy, and law. His current project is it really about Industry 4.0? And the second presenter is Professor Zhou Xianglu. He's a BEd, MEd, and PhD. He's in modern language, literature, and culture at Maynooth University. He is an academic editor of Asian Journal of Sport History and Culture, editor of Kogan Social Sciences, section editor of the Routledge Research Encyclopedia of Chinese Studies, and editorial board member of Sport History Review. He is also deputy chair of Irish Institute of Chinese Studies at University College Cork. His research interests are nationalism, national identity, Chinese history, and the history of sport and cultural history. All right. I think it's time for us to invite you. Prof. Herman, the time is yours.
Well, thank you very much for the invitations. And I don't know exactly how it works because at the moment my colleague is not online. So it may be that I do the entire presentation. But we talked about it anyway, so it is really something we did together. I want to start with some general introductory remarks from social science. And there we have always this tension between what is called, for instance, life world and system world. The life world where we every day kind of live and realize ourselves. And then we have the system world, which is an organized setting, providing a frame, actually, for our entire existence. This is going really through social science in different terms, and it is something where, at the moment, the system world is more or less taken as the nation state. This as a major reference, and this is, of course, something we have in sports as well. In this respect, it is a good connection as well to link to the previous presenter. So we have this as an elementary way of identity as well. Elementary means in this way, it is an element, part of the entire identity, but it is as well elementary in this way of without this we lose basically, or we are at least in danger to lose identity, and we are floating around without any point of reference. This is the philosophical meaning, and this is the meaning in praxis, because this is how we live, how we realize ourselves. Then this, looking at sports specifically, I want to link to Margaret Archer and say what sports is about is the downward and upward conflation. This is a concept where we have sports being meaningful as activity in the life world, people doing sports without much consideration, without major organizational framework, but at the same time it is framed then from the top, if you want, giving this downward conflation, presenting meaning from the top and framing it. Nevertheless, we cannot say there is the one, the upward, and the other that is, I just see a message there, sorry. Yeah, well, I don't have slides, that's a problem, so I cannot show them. So we have these two sides as a unity, bringing things together, presenting, actualizing identity. And this means as well that we are concerned with meaning. Edmund Husserl, a philosopher, says, if man becomes a metaphysical or specifically philosophical problem, then he is in question as a rational being. If history is in question, it is a matter of the meaning or reason in history. The problem of God clearly contains the problem of absolute reason as a teleological source of all reason in the world, of the meaning of the world. I rephrase this relating to sports, saying if sports becomes a metaphysical or specifically philosophical problem of rule-abiding being superordinated, then it is in question as a rational being taking a historical perspective. It is a matter of the meaning or reason in history or even of being. The problem of rules clearly contains the problem of absolute reason as the teleological source of all reason in the world, of the meaning of the world. So we have this rule setting in sports as something that is actually providing meaning, and that is increasingly something that is organized in the framework or with reference to the nation states. Schiller says man plays only if he is really, in the full sense, he is man in the world if he plays, and the other way around, if he plays, he is really man. Meaning, this is an activity, this is a genuine activity of people as well, providing meaning and making us actually what we are, social beings, interacting and acting. This is important. Now, this, what I mentioned before, the nation state as framework, is there is at least the danger of overruling the spontaneous, genuine movement, acting, interacting of people. It is the process of what we all know in sports, the professionalization of sports, even if it is not officially professionalized. If you take part in the Olympic Games, it is such a high level that it is nearly impossible to be not professional, at least in the sense of having sports as a major activity. And then it is something of game-oriented, meaning victory-oriented. If you win, that's the best thing. If you only take part, there is this thing that is the most important part, but in actual fact it is not. Nevertheless, society is becoming more complex, and it is becoming more organized in this sense that this overruling is something that is present in everyday life of athletes, of people doing sports. Even on the lower level of amateurs, it plays a role that it's always looking at the professional sports. And looking means as well that it is something of a consumer-oriented development in sports, that it is not so important to take part, not so important to act, but it is more and more important to consume, to be there as consumer. That's the one thing. On the other hand, we have still these escapes from this as sports. People being active, people simply like to be active and to do sports. Now, as I said earlier, the nation state is a major reference, and in a general sociological perspective, we can say it is in danger, at least, of replacing the social. We are not social beings, but we are national beings. We identify ourselves via the state. And the social means here, and this means then the nation state or the national identity means it is the outcome of the interaction between people constituted as actors, so we are still actors, and their constructed and natural environment. This constructed and natural environment plays increasingly a role as objective framework. This is the point of reference, not just an environment, but it is increasingly the point of reference that we act in reference, in direction of adapting to this framework. We see this when we look at economic factors, major soccer clubs being something like economic entities, not really soccer clubs anymore where people engage. We see this as the major building and stadiums that are so important. So with this, we have this process that a power logic, I'm quote Sennett here, the power logic was that control derives from formality, and formality entails theatrality of the sort of separating celebrant and spectator. It's the spectator here, it's the athlete there, it is the formal rule that is really counting, and the genuine activity loses its meaning. And this means as well, going further, that we are trying as presenters and as spectators and as presenters, as athletes, we are trying to present ourselves in one way or another. You see this as well by spectators being organized in fan clubs. That's a major thing. Now, this is the framework against which we can consider now the development of sports and of the new meaning or possible meaning, questioning actually the nation state. Because what we have is, on the one hand, a very strong meaning of still ongoing strong meaning of the nation state as framework. At the same time, with globalization, it is losing meaning. We have people from different countries playing in the national team. We have people playing for money, being bought for money, and not playing with their peers, so to say, not genuinely active. Now I want to look if my colleague turned up, otherwise I have to check up his part, I guess. Sorry for this one. But, well, here it's morning, and in Ireland where he is, it's even more morning, meaning it's more or less night. So I cannot see him. He is really a specialist in sports on the one hand, and especially in what is called esports, the new developments that are playing increasingly a role in not replacing but complementing the traditional sports activities. Now, with these esports, you have a different point of reference. It's not a nation state, but it is returning basically, or in a way, returning to what we have had before, namely activity, people being active in their own role, in their own new identity of I am doing sports, esports, for the sake of being active, for the sake of the game. Now there is another trend coming up there, in a way replacing or overruling the other one, because it is here not the nation state anymore, but it is business. So you do, on the one hand, you do the game as such, you enjoy the game as athlete, as player, but as well as spectator. You take part in this, but at the same time, you have a different reference, which is the economic success. You pay into the system as spectator, everybody contributes, and this one player or perhaps another team as such is going for this prize money. So it is another reference, and we see this, that the tendency, at least, of questioning, at least in some way, questioning the old national framework. And this is important in terms of the definition of sports on the one hand, and the definition of what we are actually doing in terms of how we identify ourselves. This is not so much and not primarily this identity by the nation state, but this means as well our rights, the foundation of how we see ourselves in terms of having rights is not directed to the nation state anymore, but it is to men, in the sense of Schiller, being at play and really playing. This makes us being men, being human beings, and at the same time it is this reference to the economic framework. Again, having success is important, but this is a new way of defining it, the success that is a way of identifying us in a very abstract way. The nation state is system work, not life work, system work, but it is still concrete. It is very concrete in terms of having a general framework, of providing a general framework where we have being part of a nation. Now we are not part of a business community, but we are part of a business setting that provides us an abstract identity. Money, business success is in any case something abstract. Even if we say we are successful in business, it is an abstract definition, because this is disjoint, this is separated from our life work. This is separate from our real existence. You see this, for instance, in formulations like reconciliation of work and life, work-life balance. There you have the one thing is the economy, there is the economic activity, and here we really live. This is kind of merging now in a new way, and this is simply a question really, where this will go. This is first, when we worked on this presentation, we have had a certain idea and wanted to go there, but working on it actually made us aware of being in the middle of a development, of a new development and new definitions of these frameworks. If this will replace, if this will complement the old forms, or if it will be renationalized, that we have now national teams, or that it will actually redefine the traditional sports is an open question. Because what we have to see as well is that in many cases, the traditional activities are somewhat questioned. If you look at the interest in Olympic Games or the soccer world clubs, there is a certain decline, there is increasing critique about it. Coming back to the geopolitical issues, that we have to see that it is at least not simply a continuation of what we have had. It is questioned, which does not mean that it will lose meaning, but where we have to be at least aware of something that is changing. In which direction? This is a question as well to the audience, trying to roll around, not the audience asking us, but asking the audience to help us in further research. What will happen here? What is the meaning of sports in terms of professional sports? Even, as I said, even if it is not professional in the strict sense. But actually, if you look at sports, the e-sports, you have this tendency of a very, very close link, much closer than previously with business organizations, the game providers, the developers, and the players. In a way, a cooperation here, not using sport, using athletes to promote their own products or presenting yourself in with the athletes, but the other way around. The close cooperation in terms of developing games and developing esports facilities, and the other way around as well, supporting or asking for this is what we need. And this is not only the players themselves, but it is as well the spectators playing a different role. The spectators actually not only presenting themselves as spectators, we are supporters of this and that team, or this and that athlete, but we are actually part of a new community. And this new community is closely bound together, not artificially as overruling what is there, but actually as constituting in a much stronger way what is there, namely the game community, the sports community. As I said, and with this I want to close, this is as well a general trend in terms of questioning the nation state, of looking at new ways of the constitution of identity, and with this of rights. Hannah Arendt said, talked about rights, and the right to have rights. And the right to have rights meant for her, in a very specific, historically specific situation, you have to be citizen of a state. Now the question is, will this continue? We have actually in-laws some orientations there, that it is not having rights by the nation state, but it is the question of having rights by being a specialist in law, being specialist in certain areas. This means as well, would we, or the question then, do we have new rights, cultural rights, is that the national presentation in the previous presentation, will we constitute these cultural rights by reference to being a member of an esports community? This is an open development as well. Will we identify in this new way and have claims in this new way, then as well claims not to the nation state, to the governments or whatsoever, but to the esports community and to the businesses kind of esports, really many questions arising from there, and many questions concerning directly sports, but as well going beyond. And the other way around, we have general developments, nation states losing their meaning, losing their power, being in severe competition with each other, but at the same time it is a way where we may talk about a cooperative competition, and this is question mark as well development for sports, a new development of identity, a new framework for sports, and in this way a new reference of identity and reference of sports. I leave it there and thank you for your attention and hope I get some questions and answers as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Prof. Herman. It was really inspiring for us that you talk about the relationship about economy and sport. And actually, in our schedule, we need to kindly invite directly Professor Zhou Lu. Is Professor Lu around and the Zoom?
This was the part of my presentation when I talked about esports. So this was originally what he wanted to do, but as he couldn't make it to join us, this was the presentation I gave on esports.
Are you going to continue to talk on behalf of Professor Lu, or?
No, this is what I did on esports, and we can enter the discussion now.
Okay. Then we are going to directly invite the audience to extend the question to what Professor Herman already put forward in his presentation. Any questions, please? Also, someone from the Zoom probably have any questions? You can either write on your chat box, or you can directly state your questions. Since nobody is ready to ask the questions, let me ask you about one point. I'd like to know about the economic value of e-sport. What do you think about e-sport? Because it's kind of newly emerging activities, especially among youth. And in terms of the capital, they need to spend a lot of money to buy anything related to, let's say, to the computer and any other devices that they need to play it. How is it, in your opinion, about the economic value of this e-sport? Could you please address this issue, Prof. Herman? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I do not have the figures that would be relevant here with the directive. It is clear that it is, on the one hand, a huge amount, as you say, that is spent in this area, but it is as well a huge amount in terms of investment into esports that is directly creating value, so to say. This is, of course, problematic in economic terms, but it is the importance of sports, of investing in esports, meaning that we have as well a move away from production, because the production of an EVA esports does not really cost much. But at the same time, the profit we make out of it is huge. So we have a shift in the entire economy, that we have a new branch, actually, a new branch of the economy taking over. And this is, of course, something very dangerous, because it does not have a solid basis, does not have a foundation. We are producing basically huge amounts or huge parts of the global economy that is taking over the real production. Meaning, this is only, and this is the difficulty with it, it is only relevant actually for a relatively small part of the population. Because what is important as well, I didn't say this, that esports is more or less small group that are really active in one way or another. Sports, the traditional sports, it was a mass movement. Esports is not in this way a mass movement. So you have economic growth there, tremendous overtaking the money that is linked to traditional sports, but at the same time you have then that this money is only, or the economic development is only related to a small number of people. As well, small number of populations, because it is esports is concentrated on, I think, 5 nations altogether, with the rest may take part, but is not really relevant.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Well, please accept my apology if the questions that I just delivered is not really congruent with the topic that you already presented. But thank you anyway for the answer. It's opened my horizon about that aspect. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is, I think, punctual time because Professor Zhou Xianglu is not showing up in this video Zoom conference. Then we could say that this session already end, and I think we already benefited from the presentation of Professor Peter Herman. I'd like to invite all of the audience to give a very big applause for Professor Peter Herman. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah. See you again later. I look forward to meeting you directly. Hopefully we can invite you in person to come to Bandung City. Yeah. Not Changsha City. This is Bandung City. Okay. Thank you and bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to the next session, which is the last session of this keynote speaker in this afternoon. And I hope Associate Professor Dr. Jörg Krieger is already in the Zoom. And hello, welcome.
Hi, everyone. Hello.
Yeah, Jörg. I would like to kindly invite you directly to present your paper. Your time is about 30 minutes, starting from 14:40. It's exactly 1 minute to go from now. But I'd like to take this opportunity to read about your CV, your curriculum vitae. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce Professor Jörg Krieger.
Recording stopped.
What is that? Okay, sorry. Dr. Jörg Krieger is an assistant professor in sport and social science at Aarhus University. He was formerly employed at the Institute of Sport History and Olympic Studies Center at the German Sports University Cologne, where he completed his PhD. His main research field are the history of doping and anti-doping, transformation processes in the International Association of Athletic Federation, and the history of the Olympic movement and the Youth Olympic Games. In 2016, Jörg published his monograph, Dope Hunter, with Common Ground, and in the book, he examined the evolution of scientific knowledge within the international anti-doping community that coalesced during the second half of the 20th century. Jörg has published in leading international journal and is a member of various international academic networks. Most recent peer-reviewed research paper is Keeping Politics Out, a short history of regulation free speech in the Olympic movement. New book presents urgent call to listen to athletes in modern pentathlon. A token gesture in world athletic governance. The IAAF Women's Committee under Ilse Bechtold, 1990 to 2005. And the last one is annexation or partile inclusion, the origin of handball's international organizational structure. That is the curriculum vitae from Jörg Krieger. And without further ado, I'd like to kindly invite Professor Jörg Krieger to start presenting the paper. The time is yours, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, can you hear me well?
Yes, very well.
Yes, good. Thank you. And thank you very much for the introduction and also the details about my curriculum vitae. And I apologize for the many complicated German names that are in my biography. That's sometimes a little bit tricky. Yes, I would like to thank the conference organizers for inviting me, and in particular the editors of the Asian Journal for the History of Sport and Culture. Originally, I was due to be with you all in Bandung. I'm currently based at Seoul National University in South Korea. There have been some issues with my visa since I'm due to go back to Europe in 1 week. And therefore, unfortunately, I cannot be with you today, but I'm pretty sure, and what I am hearing and seeing, you are enjoying yourself. Obviously, I don't have to speak about myself anymore. As you have heard, I'm a trained sport historian, but also very much interested in the politics of sport. And I will actually talk about a very concrete study that I am in the final stages of preparing for the Asian Journal for the History of Sport and Culture, which is called International Federations as Forums to Initiate Soft Power Processes in Sport. And here I will look in particular at the case of Russia. Now, obviously, in light of current global events, I do not really have to talk a lot about the relevance of this study. We know that in response to Russia's aggression against Ukraine, the International Olympic Committee and some international sport federations took different measures. They excluded Russian and Belarusian athletes from competing, and there's a ban for certain sports events to be held on Russian territory. These measures were officially framed not as sanctions, but rather as a way to defend the neutrality of sports. But in reality, they were the result of pressures from Western governments, also public opinions, athletes and highlighted that there is a very close entanglement between international sport and international politics. But I want to highlight that this presentation and the resulting paper is not aimed at judging sports reactions to the ongoing military conflict. And whilst I will speak about those responses at the end, I won't be taking a side or another in this conflict. Because it's important to understand that the origins, the genesis of this paper actually come much earlier and from a discrepancy that we noted between two indexes related to soft power, namely the Soft Power 30 and the Danish Sports Political Power Index. The Danish Sport Political Power Index takes into account the memberships and positions of sport leaders in sports organizations and then tries to measure the influence of a nation in sports. In the Soft Power 30 index, the methodology is much more complex. It combines objective and subjective data, like polling people on whether they trust the nation. But what is telling about these two indexes is that there are discrepancies between the positions of different nations. And this certainly is the case for Russia, that is continuing in 2021 to appear in the top 10 of the Sport Power Index, but ranks only at number 30 in the Political Power Index. Now, of course, relying on such sources and such tables comes with a lot of limitations. The situations are very fluid, and they are often also disputed by the individuals involved. For example, does IOC President Dr. Thomas Bach really make such a big contribution to German soft power? There's research actually that shows that during Bach's presidency, Germany's influence in sport has decreased, and this is certainly also evident in less sporting success of the country. However, despite these limitations, we emerged on exploring differences by countries that have large discrepancies. And for that paper, we picked Russia due to the proven links between sport officials and governments, and a clearly voiced strategy also to use sports for national political goals. Again, this was started before the current military conflict, but of course the conflict adds another dimension to our paper. So the overview, I will talk a little bit about soft power, even though I'm pretty sure everyone is familiar with that. We'll present international federations and argue why I think they are particularly vulnerable to political interests. We'll present some case studies, and then argue how the consequences are for the current political situation. Now, the concept of soft power, as I'm sure you know, was introduced by Joseph Nye as a roadmap primarily for the United States foreign policy in the post-Cold War era, and basically can be described as, quote, the ability to affect others to obtain the outcome one wants through attraction rather than coercion or pain. Now, at the time of writing, in the early 1990s, Nye predicted that material resources and military power would become subordinated to secondary ranks, and he saw that there would be major challenges to the status quo coming from a greater diffusion of power, and also the rise of technology and education. And for Nye, soft power of a state consists of intangible attributes such as culture, political values, and also foreign policy. And importantly for our approach, he argues that soft power resources need to be on constant display in order not to be rendered unavailing. And this is very important because it essentially means for soft power in sport that a nation constantly shows these soft power attributes to its perceived target groups. Now, sport research and sport politics has dealt in detail with soft power, merely because sport is generally considered as one avenue to aim for preferred outcomes through agenda setting, persuasion, or attraction. And traditionally, this research has focused on foreign policy perspectives and how sport was used to influence foreign leaders and the foreign audience. Here you might want to look at papers on the Beijing Olympics in '28, South Africa World Cup, or also the Rio Olympics. But more recently, and in particular in context with the case of Russia, we have heard and seen papers emerging that argue for the need to include domestic perspectives, as many nations in fact prioritize domestic audiences by the hosting of sporting mega events and speak to those rather than to foreign publics. And Russia and soft power, certainly we have seen those two approaches. In research, Russia has used sport as an instrument to demonstrate its power globally, to boost its image, and this was certainly the case for the Sochi Olympic Games in 2014, but also the Football World Cup in 2018, which was predominantly framed by the Western press and also by academics as a Russian soft power quest and an attempt to obtain recognition as a great power, so to say. However, as Kramareva in her dissertation of 2018 writes, such analysis cannot be simply adopted to Russia's case. She actually shows that the pursuit of domestic soft power goals appears to be much more important to Russia than the attainment of external benefits. Great powers, they traditionally prioritize domestic audiences so to strengthen a national idea and also to infuse it with new patriotism on the eve of conflict. And we certainly have seen that rhetoric used in Russia around the Sochi Olympics and also the World Cup. So if sport events mainly talk to domestic audiences, what are the mechanisms? Now, first, this appears to be the hosting of sport events in all sports, and not only in mega sport events such as the Olympics or the World Cup. Rather, the strategy here is to continuously host sport events to provide ongoing narratives for citizens on economic power or political power, and use symbolism to show national strength. And secondly, although sporting success is probably a very fragile basis for transmitting a national idea, because it's very difficult to secure a constant level of performance, there are in Russia government orders for victories officially stated in state strategies. So the question is then, from a strategic perspective, how do you increase the chances to utilize those domestic soft power mechanisms by becoming an influential actor on the organizational level? And here we come to the second step, and that is the role of international sport federations. Now, we all know that sporting bodies are key institutions to award sport events, whatever size, and also to oversee the rule sets and the regulations in individuals, or in some cases, also in multiple sports. But there are differences, significant differences in the governance structures. And this is particularly the case between the IOC and the international sports federations. Whereas the IOC is composed of individual members who are supposed to act as representatives of the IOC in their countries, the international sport federations are non-profit organizations and are composed of national sport federations. This means that the individuals represented in the national sport federations often act in national political interests. And in fact, Pierre de Coubertin, the founder of the IOC and the modern Olympic movement, was anxious about that and wrote already in 1912 that IFs would only serve as instruments of tyranny. The executive boards on IFs are of particular significance because in some of them they can make important decisions like awarding events by themselves without even having to ask all members. So the limited numbers of executive board positions are attractive and heavily contested. We also know that in some cases presidents and vice presidents have a strong influence on the appointment of executive board members. But there's little research on this organizational body of international sports federations. Scholars usually focus on individual incidents of corruption, manipulation, or doping. We've also seen in sport history growing literature about the history of IFs, and some studies look in particular at historical events and processes, such as the handling of divided nations. So in a nutshell, the research focus here deals with those four aspects. We deal with soft power, we deal with Russia, we deal with international federations, and finally, we also deal with agents, with the individuals who are running those sports organizations. Because as I've argued elsewhere, decisions within sport organizations are made by human beings with certain beliefs, attitudes, and intentions, and also ties to economic players or political players. And what I will show in the following is how those leading figures in the case of Russia have also shaped the organizational policies. So the question really is, how has Russia placed closely government-connected individuals in IFs to boost soft power mechanisms? And with the add-on, of course, in light of the current situation, how has that impacted IF's responses to the war in the Ukraine? The time period really focuses on post-Sochi, since, as I mentioned earlier, soft power should be on display continuously, and while Sochi certainly proved to be a prime and a key event in Russia's soft power strategy, I would argue it's also those events afterwards that were largely targeted at domestic audiences. Methodologically, the original idea was actually to rely on interviews with executive board members, and some were taken but proved to be very difficult because the individuals were very anxious to speak about those issues. So eventually the study is based on documents, on information available in the public sphere, policy documents, meeting minutes, official reports, as we will see, but also information from press outlets. So let's look at those case studies. I provide 6 of them, and then I will sort of turn the page and look at the responses to the current conflict. Now, the first step in Russia's soft power strategy is to get Russian nationals into positions within international sport federations where they can influence decision-making. And this is often done in concentrated international efforts, including the highest roles of the Russian government, here in form of Russian President Vladimir Putin. It was in 2018, at the start of 2018, that Putin actually met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, where they were supposed to talk and did talk about the situation in Syria. But according to the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Putin then mentioned a topic that was very unusual for such a high-level diplomatic meeting, and that was chess. And according to the ministry, Putin brought forward the proposal that Israel should support his former Deputy Prime Minister, Arkady Dvorkovich, in becoming the president of the International Chess Federation, FIDE, and in return, Russia would support Israel's candidacy to host the next championships in chess. The Financial Times called this move a coordinated global effort by the Russian states. And certainly we can see the entanglement here between the Kremlin and the attempt to get individuals in leadership positions in sport federations. Dvorkovich did win this election, and while Putin actually promised Netanyahu to support an Israeli bid for the next championships, the World Championships, the World Cup, was eventually awarded to Khanty-Mansiysk in Russia, which we took as an indication for the growing influence or the continuing influence of Russia in this particular federation. In other instances, Russian support for federation actually extends outside merely attempting to win international politics, as was widely publicized. The Russian national Umar Kremlev in 2019 promised to pay off the debt of the International Boxing Federation, which raised eyebrows in the IFC since he was also running for the presidency. And the IFC wrote in a report, quote, "The acceptance of his personal financial support to cover the debt of IBA would constitute a major conflict of interest." IBA was itself skeptical of this offer, and it was rejected. But nevertheless, the offer certainly shows a willingness by Russians and the Russian leadership to fund an individual's rise into the leadership position within an IF. IBA is, of course, also dependent very much on one single sponsor, which is one of the reasons the IFC took official recognition away. That is the Russian state-owned energy firm Gazprom, to whom Kremlin has very close connection. And we also see in the International Boxing Association a rise of sporting events being awarded to Russia. If this was the first step, then the second step is for those individuals who are in leadership positions to gain some form of influence or power within the IF. And here there's two examples that I very quickly want to run you through, the sports of shooting and the sport of judo. Now, the president of the International Shooting Sport Federation, ISSF, is Vladimir Lisi, who has been active in the sport and also happens to be the richest man in Russia. According to Forbes, he has a net worth of around $26 billion US. He very much campaigned to improve the federation's health to win his election. He then paid $10 million US of private funds to invest into the federation's development program. Of course, a strategy that we are very familiar with, of, for example, Joao Havelange or Sepp Blatter in FIFA, working through development money, even though not on private money, and also in World Athletics or the IAAF with Primo Nebbiolo. And again, we see that the ISSF World Championships have been awarded to Russia for 2023, but have been actually moved away from the country due to the ongoing military conflict. Another billionaire who we could find within the International Sport Federation was Arkady Rotenberg, who has very important political connections. He's a childhood friend and former judo partner of Vladimir Putin. And he, since 2013, had held the title of development manager and was also an executive committee member. Interestingly, there was no vote on his election. He was the president of the Judo Federation, Marius Bitzer, recommended him for the position. Bitzer is also thought to be close to Putin, and he was elected by acclamation. Rotenberg brought in a sponsor into judo to whom he has very close personal connections, and we can also see the influence in 2016 when, following the IOC suspension of Russia due to the state-run doping program, the Judo Federation actually allowed Russian athletes to compete at the Rio Summer Olympics. And the third step is then how can that power be used beyond the awarding of events, but also to make athletes look good on the sporting field. Now, at first glance, a nation's leadership of an international sport federation may seem an unimportant statistic in comparison to the actual competitions. However, as we have seen in biathlon and also in athletics, holding the power within an international sport federation can actually also have consequences that extend to the competition. In January 2021, an external commission that investigated the International Biathlon Union released its finding, and the contents of that report highlight poor governance, bribes, and also the cover-up of positive doping tests, all controlled by former IBU President Anna Spesberg from Norway. But what's most important for our approach here is that the Commission found that Spesberg, quote, had acted under improper Russian influence, inferred from his consistent and implacable favoring of Russian interests, even when doing so took him well over the line of propriety into clear breach of his duties as IBU President. The IBU's Vice President was Alexander Tikhonov, who attempted to bribe the Secretary General in exchange for dropping the investigations of positive doping tests by Russians. An informant also told investigators that the Russian delegation offered between $25,000 and $100,000 to support the bid of the 2021 World Championships that were supposed to take place in Russia. So here, while the president is not a Russian citizen, it seems that they certainly had the president in their pocket and the ability to sway presidential decisions in favor of Russian interests. And a similar case is evident in the IAAF, in World Athletics, where it is probably the case that is best known, where WADA's independent commission report on systematic doping has shown that Russian leadership within the IAAF was a factor for the facilitation of the doping regime. The former IAAF vice president and president of the Russian Athletics Federation, Valentin Bolanichev, was particularly accused because he simplified the framework of corruption and certainly also supported that Russian positive doping controls remained undetected, thereby securing that Russians would look good on the sporting field. And therewith, of course, to boost national identity. So what I've shown so far, and I'm aware I have like 5 minutes, is that there are multiple individuals in Olympic recognized IFs who are closely linked to Russian political leaderships in various ways, that decisions have been made that favored Russia. There was an ability to cover up positive doping tests, and there seems also to be a favor for the hosting of major international events in the country. So by having the right people in place, it seems that Russia is able to facilitate its soft power mechanism. So let me take a final step to link those findings to the current developments. Now, Russia took the first blow, of course, in those mentioned investigations of the doping regime that led many federations to ban Russian federations. However, it is this Russian invasion of the Ukraine that I will mostly focus on. And here in particular because commentators have argued that there is some hesitancy in some sport federations to sanction or to exclude Russian officials in leadership positions. Now, to be sure, those sanctions obviously do not target the Russian infiltration of IFs that I discussed, but rather they are a response to a global political event. However, these two aspects are heavily linked. So if we take just 4 of the federations that I presented, since World Athletics and Biathlon actually went through governance structure reforms, we see in FIDE that the president, Arkady Dvorkovich, remains in the position. He surprisingly, to many onlookers, spoke out against the tragic events, as he called it. He didn't make any reference to war. However, there are chess professionals who are active members of the Russian parliament who remain free from sanctions in the federations. Djokovic actually was challenged by a Ukrainian grandmaster for the presidency, and as you can imagine, the rhetoric around that presidential election was heavily based on the military conflict. But Belarusian and Russian participants can compete under the FIDE flag in individual events. It's a bit more complex, the situation in the Judo Federation. Here, in fact, in contrary to most other IFs, the Judo Federation did not suspend Russian and Belarusian athletes, but rather Marius Fitz made a political move that led to Russia and Belarus withdrawing themselves. It was only a couple of weeks ago, in September 2022, that they banned athletes from Russia and Belarus. So they waited for a very long time in doing that. They did, however, remove Rothenberg and also Putin's honorary president title, most likely because those are very, very close political links. In the Shooting Federation, Lee Si also remains president, even though he's challenged in an election next week. Some government actually imposed sanctions on him because there are US allegations that he or his company supplies steel for the military operations. The athletes are banned in the Shooting Federation. And finally, we have boxing, and there's no doubt that the Olympic boxing community experienced the most turbulent year. It was actually rebranded after the IOC took its recognition and is now working under IBA, not IBA. It first also canceled all events, but in October 2022, the executive board under Gramlev's leadership actually reversed the decision to ban Russian and Belarusian participation, becoming the first IF to do so, and athletes from those countries can now compete at international boxing events, also under their respective national flags. So, to conclude, for the summary of those findings, it seems that the soft power through events and success on the sporting field has currently been prevented by international IFs, since Russian athletes are often not allowed to participate. But the individuals remain in important roles, with the exception of the International Judo Federation. But it appears to be the case here that the International Judo Federation was left without choice. So to conclude, what we're trying to demonstrate is how international sports federations can be instruments to facilitate soft power efforts, that these individuals utilize sports events and medal successes mainly to speak at domestic audiences, and that this influence extends to the current political situation, even though those soft power mechanisms are currently placed on hold, but the individuals remain more often than not in place, so there is a possibility for the long-term continuation of those strategies. And with that, I thank you very much for your attention.
Applause, please. Yes. Thank you very much, Professor Krieger. It's a really interesting topic related to how sport can influence to the soft power formation in the international, especially in Russia. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is one of the topics that I think need also to be empowered in our country, because we have never heard about this soft power itself in the play, but the international community of sport is now trying to put this issue into the research topic to be developed by the community. And I think we can learn from this case. And just to give you a summary in Indonesia, bahwa penelitian ini lebih menyoroti tentang bagaimana peranan soft power yang bisa dimainkan oleh olahraga untuk memberi pengaruh terhadap satu negara, yang dalam hal ini seolah-olah diarahkan pada negara Rusia. Sebagaimana diketahui bahwa Rusia saat ini tengah menginvasi Ukraina, dan ini seolah menjadi concern semua pihak di dunia, terutama negara-negara yang istilahnya bersahabat dengan Ukraina, yang tentunya sudah ditempuh dengan berbagai cara, yang salah satunya adalah dengan menggunakan olahraga. Salah satu kesimpulan Prof. Krieger adalah bahwa secara international federation, soft power yang dimainkan oleh peranan olahraga masih belum terbukti efektif. Tetapi secara individual, pengaruh-pengaruh dari sport person yang dimainkan ya secara individual tadi masih dianggap cukup efektif. Jadi ini merupakan penelitian, menurut saya penelitian yang agak unik ya, yang terkait dengan bagaimana soft power bisa dikembangkan oleh olahraga, something that we never heard about it in our country. Jujurly ya, honestly we never heard about that. Ya, Bapak dan Ibu barangkali mau mendalami, silahkan. Professor Krieger is ready to accept any question related to this issue. Ada, silahkan.
There's one question online.
Oh, okay. I'd like also to kind of invite the participant who attend the Zoom video conference. If you have a question, please give us a sign by raising hand, or you can write the question just in the chat box. And I'd like to ask the support from the committee, because I myself do not hold any access to the Zoom, so only the committee could control whether the question is already there or not. Satu orang. Okay, there is one question on the chat box. Could you please read it? There is.
So you can hear my voice, right?
Oh, there's one.
Yes. Okay. So hello, Krieger. It's really nice to see you here. It's unfortunately that we cannot meet physically in Bandung, so I cannot have two questions, but it's not exactly related to the research efforts. So, you know that when the Russian invasion coming, and then the international federations are kind of banning the country, and then there's some huge accusation coming from the country, which mostly coming from the Muslim country, that hey, Russia is not the only conflict in the world, and then why would you only ban Russia? So how would you address this accusation, maybe through your research or maybe your speaking? And the second question, will you see that in the future, these organizations or these international sporting ecosystem will ever address the conflict, which, mostly involving countries that is not yet or maybe not concerning into the global effort. Why is it only Russia? Is it because Russia is really evident in their race on the global power or something like that? Or, it's like the West versus the East, and then how about the countries like the smaller countries? So thank you very much for the attention.
Okay, thank you very much for the question, Ms. Renata Putri. I think I remember you. You are the former students of Professor Holik Mutokhir, I think, from UNESA. Yeah. Okay.
Former students of Trigger too.
Okay. Okay, thank you anyway. And then I'd like to directly request to Professor Krieger to directly answer the questions.
Yes,
Please.
Thank you, Renata. It's very good to see you after a long time. And very good question, right? Or questions, and obviously those two questions are linked to each other, right? So I try to answer them as a whole rather than separately. And I think, though, if I would give the answer, I would be an extremely popular man in international sport politics at the moment, because that is the big dilemma that those organizations are facing, right? There's no doubt about that. And the reason is, of course, that sport is universal, it's global, and everyone participates in it. And that includes countries, individuals with very different political viewpoints and histories and cultural values. But the question you raise is fair, and I'm teaching here at the Dream Together Master in Seoul at the moment, and we talked extensively about that with people also from different backgrounds, and constantly this issue was raised. Why is sports reacting now and not, for example, what is happening in Israel-Palestina conflict or other smaller military conflicts in Africa? And I think it's a very, very fair point. Now, the answer why this is happening, I believe, is certainly that the Western influence in international sports federations and also the public pressure due to the military conflict was so high that they saw themselves forced to respond to this conflict. But of course, the IOC, and I didn't get to speak about that point, the IOC obviously took on a much more neutral stand, right? They said, okay, they spoke of recommendations, but they didn't get active themselves, which is also partly due to we have no Olympic events at the moment going on. So they could sort of get up the spotlight a little bit and put on the pressure on the international federations as they like to do. So I think that this is really a global event, and that there was also threats by athletes, by countries to boycott sporting events if Russian athletes could participate under their national flags, which led to those actions. But the point is, I think that there is no one answer to this, right? Because when do you make a difference between an athlete is from Russia and is competing for Russia? That is very, very difficult to differentiate, right? But I guess those close political ties that sport has is one that sort of justifies the sport federations to act in the way they did. So no concrete answer, but yeah, trying to grasp the overall issue of the question that you raised.
Cool. Thank you so much.
All right. I think, Renata, your question is answered already? Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
I can actually maybe send some more details about the questions later in the minutes.
Are you going to have more questions? Please, if you would. No? Okay. Audience, please. Questions? We are still having about 6 minutes just before we end this session. No questions? This is my informal question. What do you think if the methodology of your research is transferred into Indonesian condition? Is that possible or not? And will yield the same, much like that you have resulted in your research? Sorry.
Thank you. It's a good question. I think, of course, Indonesia is not as big as a player, right, in international sport as Russia is, or was, maybe, but certainly an emerging power in that regard, and particularly with efforts, to stage sporting events like the Asian Games in 2018 and others. And I think it's absolutely worthwhile to look at who were those events the organizers speaking to. Was that addressed to foreign audiences, which I think it was, particularly on the Asian continent, because Asian Games are little recognized outside Asia. But I think in that regard, I think continental soft power, so to say, is something absolutely worthwhile exploring. But I think the more interesting part is also domestic audiences, right? I'm sure that the organized politics also had it in mind to create certain images for national audiences, raising patriotism, showing political and economic power to the Indonesian population also. So I think it's absolutely worthwhile, but I think the one-to-one application won't work because there won't be as many Indonesian sport officials in influential positions in international federations, right? So I think that probably won't work, but certainly on the field of soft power.
Yes, thank you very much. You already satisfies me. Thank you, Jörg, for all your presentation and the answer. I think we have come to the end of this session, and I'd like to remind the committee and also to you that after I end this session, there will be appreciation from the committee for the keynote speaker. I also forgot to remind it to Professor Herman that he's supposed to stay in the Zoom, and in order to get appreciation from the committee. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is my interesting part of my job is to invite all of you to give a big applause to Mr. Jörg Kigart. Thank you very much, Jörg. And ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, you're very welcome, and I hope we can see each other in the later time. I hope we can invite you to come in person. Okay?
Thank you. Yes, of course.
Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is my last remark that I'd like to thank Professor York Crickard, and also thank you very much for your kindly present and attend and this session. And I think we are going to see each other again tomorrow. Hopefully, we are going to have more attendance because now, getting to the afternoon, the attendance rate is very low. Probably tomorrow, Professor Toho and Professor Ali and Professor Charlie will have the attendance, higher attendance rate because your topic is going to be interesting one for our student. And I again thank you very much to everyone attending here. Let's just close this session with together recite Hamdalah. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Back to the MC.
All right, thank you, Dr. Agus Mahendra MBD as the moderator. And to express our deepest gratitude, we would like to perform the certificate for Professor Simon Chadwick, PhD, Professor of Sport and the Geopolitical Economy at Schema Business School in Paris. All right. So here is a certificate as a token of appreciation for Professor Simon. And then the next one is a token of appreciation for Professor Peter Herman, Professor Law School of the Central South University, China, Professor Zhou Xianglu from National University of Ireland, Maynooth. Thank you, Professor. So here's the certificate. And last one is for Associate Professor Dr. George Krieger from Aarhus University and Seoul National University. So thank you very much. And here's the certificate. All right. Okay, so thank you so much for the whole keynote speakers. And ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the first day of the conference. We would like to inform you that there will be 4 keynote speakers on the second day of the conference tomorrow. And all presentations of keynote speakers will be started at 8:30. And the presentations will be conducted hybrid as today. So for the offline participants, you may come here to the auditorium to join the conference at 8:30. And for the online presenters, may prepare for the presentation by joining the Zoom via provided Zoom links. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, see you all again tomorrow. Amatri Nadia, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
next day di Garut satu malam itu because yesterday I arrived here jam 12 malam. So I was thinking because the session on the apa itu on the workshop I know all these things, so I just I can stay in Mercury from the 26th to February. Satu malam ya.
Ica di Mercury juga, di Mercury juga.
You have school. You did such a great job. Thank you very much. But actually, it was not my bad one. I tried very hard actually because actually there's so many speech was not really come to my. Yeah, it's also hard for you. Oh, boleh. Bertiga ya, bertiga. Mau di tengah? Di tengah, sini. In the middle. Hebat in the middle. So. Sebentar. Ini ada pos. Wah, itu harus di... Oke, saya juga. Nanti sama Prof. Rudin, bukti. Iya. Bagus. Siap. Ya. Enggak goyang kan? Awas goyang. Mas temen saya goyang ini. Siap. Clear. Cek, goyang enggak?
Udah pas ya? Siap lah. Saya tadi ini landscape yang kamu ulang lagi. Ulang lagi enggak? Nanti jangan lupa kirim ya.
Also for another cigarette.
Jaringan.
For us, cigarette is not fresh air. Jangan mahasiswa dosen juga.
Tapi kalau kita tidak mulai, mau
apa lagi? Dia bilang dicoba dalam hal menyelamatkan sih. Karena kalau tidak misalnya video tidak ada apa-apa dia yang istilahnya tidak ada bahan. Iya.
Itu masih gini. Kita berarti masih
Rin, sini. Katanya mau fotoan sama bapak-bapak.
Senin pagi kita mulai ya, Pak ya? Siap.
Still valid.
Okay, great. So, should I send my email address?
Yeah.
I can send you both. My
Maksudnya ini want to develop.
dalam kotak kacamatanya.
Bahasa Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapura. See, pandai, right?
Mana mau berangkat?
On your
Nanti kamu ada bawa TV ya. Jangan lupa lewat. Gimana Pak? Ini. Oh ya. Aku tuh udah nyiapin buat itu nanti aja. Book of abstract segala macam. Nanti aja. Sekarang. Ayo deh bang.
I was just talking with Lisa. I was saying I'm not sure whether I will join you guys in the resort trip or not. I will let it
You don't find?
You know, I hate online. Face to face is better. You talk with people, you engage. Online, you know, you see the difference in the morning and afternoon, right? Morning, everything.
Yes.
Sleepy. And also, you know, here when you people talk online, how it's that's not good. Your name is Amira.
Yes.
My name is Lisa.
This is yes, Professor.
I like you guys and I like that voice.
Thank you.
This is from your school, from postgraduate school.
Which one?
The dress.
We buy it.
Okay, why the the same?
Yes, we buy it for the uniform committee and also for.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So it's a
For the
privilege
director,
for the
yes.
committee that I see. You give me something. That one also is the jet.
It's a book of abstracts
Oh,
and also the notes.
there was something like clothes.
So Professor, I'm following you.